love me? I'm feeling it. Shaggy for daddy. Too much. Okay. Out to before you go let me know, I go let you know you be my future. Send me what's the cadaim, my too much, and chemu pepe, send me an hypocrite, assassin hypocrite, so in the name of pepe, or him and a home of Tiasi and I watch you for take it easy with your I don't care, me boomenia, what Tiasi, your body not repete, me better than a too much, a bear with that, forget if I be allergy, you go be my my love, they your custody, way you they belong to me, we be the best couple. Everything a double. You go be my Mrs. Waddle. I can't focus, but forget you will be. I will be there, my hustle level. I know you love me and I'm doing the same. It's time for vacation, so jump on a plane. If I no put a ring on it, who we go blame? My love for you be real and never be game. Forget DJ Breezy, what for them? Too much.
Okay, so hi everybody, how are you guys doing? Forgive me please, but I'm multitasking as always. I'm always multitasking, so I'm doing like 5 things at once. I might leave for a bit. I'll play a video of what's going on, but I might leave a bit because I have to check on the food that I'm cooking. But anyways, hey guys, hope you guys are all doing well. This is definitely impromptu because I really did not expect for Burkina Faso to do a military coup. I did not expect this. This is definitely surprising, at least for me, because I was so caught up onto the whole Blaise Compaoré, Thomas Sankara trial that is supposed to be happening over there. So I'm so caught up into that kind of stuff that I didn't even realize what's going on. And I don't really know too many Burkinabe. I'm not really close to people from Burkina Faso, so I have no idea what the political situation is going on in that country right now. But a military coup definitely means that something is happening. You know, it definitely, and this can be looked at on multiple levels, and I'm already biased, guys. I'm already biased. I told you I'm already biased when it comes to the whole military coup thing. I don't see them to be all that bad. I think when we're analyzing are military coups effective or not, we really need to look at who initiated the coup and who supports the coup. So in this case, I'm not too sure, but it looks like the citizens of the country support the military. So if the citizens of the country are okay with the military doing a military takeover, then what's really the problem? Like, I know people are going to be like, oh, well, military coups shouldn't be used. They should be using principles of democracy. But I have to ask some people this question, right? Everybody's saying everybody needs to use the principles of democracy, right? So you're telling me if you're in a country and the president is a bad president, you're telling me all you have to do is just wait 4 or 5 years until that president goes away? Is that what you're telling me? And in the case of Guinea, right? Because Guinea also had a coup not long ago. In the case of Guinea, the president was horrible. And he actually was trying to change the constitution so that he could run for office again. So, in a case where you're in a country where the president wants to use the constitution to his own benefit, you're telling me there's no other choice but, oh, but you have to use the principles of democracy. So how come everyone in the country is supposed to use the democracy, but the president doesn't have to use democracy? You know what I mean? So yeah, when it comes to our military coups effective or not, I don't really have any strong feelings towards military coups. I really do think that it depends on the situation of why there's a military takeover. It depends on the situation of why the people are fed up. So in this case, like I said, I don't know enough about Burkina Faso, what the present day Burkina are going through to really make a huge decision on that. But it seems like there's some frustrations that the people have not been able to deal with. And I guess in some people's terms, they would say in a civilized, organized manner. So if that's not working, then obviously a military takeover seems to be, you know, maybe one of the best options, or maybe one of the better feasible options to really invoke change. And I do understand that, doing a military takeover doesn't necessarily mean that the country is automatically going to be great, that instability is going to be gone. But I'm really seeing that people going out and protesting, people going out and doing military coups, I'm really seeing that people now are having more agency. People are now having more choices. People are not as afraid as they were back in the days to stand against the government. If you look at the situation in Sudan, some people will be like, those Sudanese, they're acting weird, they're acting stupid, but they're going out there and protesting about something that's happening in their own country. And I think that is so commendable. It's so commendable that people are actually, they're not just complaining about their governments, they're actually going out and doing something about it. So I see that as a good thing. I don't know. I guess other people would have a different opinion on that, but I see that as not as bad as the way that people are describing it. But in any case, this brings this whole question, right? Not long ago, we were talking about Mali having a coup d'etat, and we were having a live stream, and a whole bunch of people were like, oh yeah, ECOWAS and African Union is doing what they need to do. But it was ECOWAS sanctions. Was ECOWAS's stance on military coup that effective when people are not scared and they're going to do military coup anyways? It's like, listen, I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but looking at some of the situations in some of these African countries, I can guarantee you there's going to be another military coup. I can scratch that. I can guarantee you that in the span of 3 years, you're going to at least see 3 more military coups. I can guarantee you that. I don't want to guarantee you that, but I'm saying that this military coup thing that people are talking about, that it's barbaric, it has to stop, it's going to keep happening. So what are you going to do then? what are you going to do then? But shout out to everybody who's here. I'm just gonna see what you guys are saying in the comment section, and we'll continue going forward with this topic. How do you guys feel about the military coup? Do you guys care? Do you guys? I know some people don't care, but even if you don't care, like, how do you feel about it? What are your guys' thoughts and opinions? A lot of people don't know about Burkina Faso. I'll be honest with you, it's horrible, right? Because Burkina Faso is right on top of Ghana. So you would expect that I know about Burkina Faso. I promise you, I do not know much about that country either. Um, but you know, it's see, whenever I think about Burkina Faso, to be honest, I think of Thomas Sankara, and I just think of the sacrifices that he made for that country. And it's Burkina Faso is supposed to be doing so much better than it is right now. Everyone can admit that Burkina Faso is not where it needs to be right now. And it's really, really sad how it was able to make strides in the 80s. It was able to make strides about 30 years ago. And it's like, it's just horrible. It's just horrible. Leadership came in and changed everything. And, their economy is not doing that well either. Um, and the whole situation of France, see, okay, I guess this will bring another conversation, right? Like people will say things like, "Oh, well, France is like France is like the biggest problem in Africa." And whenever people want to say that, I always reject that notion. France is not the biggest problem in Africa. France is not even the biggest problem in Francophone West Africa. I would like to argue that it's not. You guys are giving France too much credit. You guys, France is garbage. France is trash amongst the EU. You guys are giving France way too much credit. Imperial France, colonial France, maybe. But the France of today, no. Okay? Too much credit. The biggest problem with Francophone West African West African countries, it is not France. Believe it or not, it is not France. Because how is France doing all these dubious schemes? How is France doing all these dubious colonialistic things that they're doing if they don't have the approval of the traitors of those countries? So I always say this, like, you have to deal with the traitors, you have to deal with the elite, you have to deal with the people who act like they care but they really don't. That is who, to me, is really the problem. It is not France. Okay, France is just doing what these people are letting them do, to be quite honest. But that's just me venting, I guess. um Jug season, I'm gonna bring your ranch back. Just give me 1 minute. But hey, hi set to space. How you doing? Gail at night, long time no see. Hope you're well. Hi Jug season. Thank you, African Caribbean Diaspora Talks. Because okay, like the same people who will sit here and be like, oh, France is such a problem here and this. France is also doing the same thing in some of the Caribbean countries, but it's a different they're doing it in a different way. So to me, we have to really stop always talking about how France is taking advantage of these people. These people are letting France take advantage of them, and they don't want to do anything about it. So really, whose fault is it? We really need to stop with this. But anyways, yes, Burkina Faso is, I would say, it's a pretty small country. It's a pretty small country. It is in what we call the Sahel region of Africa. And Sahel region is basically it's an area that's under the Sahara Desert. So when I say, because I use that term a lot, so if I mean Sahel region, I literally mean countries that are right under the desert or countries that are very, very close to the desert. That's what I mean by Sahel region, just in case nobody understood. Because as you can see right here, Niger, Mali, Mauritania, Chad, northern parts of Nigeria, a lot of Burkina Faso. And yeah, as you can see, these areas right here, they're covering the desert. the Sahara Desert, and then you get the greenery down here. So yeah. But let me continue saying hi to everybody. Um, Crenshaw Grinder saying, I think even most of the educated Africans do not really understand democracy. Even partial democracy is better than no democracy. Africa is too diverse to not have democracy. Okay, this is an argument that I took some screenshots, but I forgot to upload them. So maybe next time. But there were some people in the comment section basically saying that certain countries do not deserve to have democracy. Like certain countries don't need democracy right now. So you know how in right after independence in a lot of these countries, which would be the early 1960s, 70s, that era, as soon as these countries became independent, well, pseudo independent, if you want to take it there, a lot of their initiatives were okay, we need to copy France, we need to copy Britain, we need to copy the US, we need to make sure we have voting, we need to make sure we have democracy, we need to make sure we do all of this. But really, do some of these countries deserve democracy? Because how can you have a democracy if people don't? And I'm not trying to insult our people because that's my lineage, that's who I come from, right? But I'm just saying, if the vast majority of your population does not understand the principles of democracy, they're not educated. Okay, they're not. How can they go and vote when they're not educated on certain matters? The literacy rate is not that good right now in some of these countries. How are they then fit to vote for what? Like it doesn't make any sense. So when people are arguing here, we need democracy, we need democracy. I understand why people are saying we need democracy because some of these dictators are just horrible, right? But what is the point of having democracy if we don't know how to use democracy in its, basic elements? What is the point in that? Isn't that like basically shooting yourself on the foot? You know? I would like some people in the chat section to answer that question before we go any further. Jihadists will take over. And I said this a couple of times, and people got upset at me. They're like, how can you say this? You're supposed to be, love Africa. I can love Africa and still know what's wrong with Africa, right? I can love Africa and still know what's wrong with certain African countries. So the Sahel region, we know, is very unstable. The Sahel region has a lot of work to do. And I think one of the basic problems with the Sahel region is we don't know how to handle these matters. We don't know how to handle these terroristic uh, jihadist groups or whatever. And then we're asking outsiders to come and help us fight this battle and fight this war. And it seems like the outsiders don't really care about us. So they're also making things more confusing and more unstable. But the Sahel region, to be honest, there's a lot of really bad stuff going on there right now. Like it doesn't mean that the region, so to speak, is burning, right? I'm not trying to make that argument, but what I'm saying is the Sahel region is going through serious security border issues. They're going to some serious security border issues. There's going to be people that are going to be covering up and say, oh, it's not that bad. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it's not that bad. Maybe it's not that bad now, but it can get much worse. So there is a huge problem with the Sahel region not being able to handle some of these security issues. These Islamic extreme groups that are going there and want to do whatever they want to do. I've said this before, and I don't understand why people don't take it seriously. Last time when ISIS was speaking, right, they say that they want to have multiple caliphates across the whole world. They were not just looking at the Middle East. They said anywhere where there's instability, we're going to make it a caliphate. That's their goal. So I don't understand why people are here talking about, oh, it's not that bad. Oh, no. Well, you're telling me it's not that bad. But the people of Burkina Faso basically said one of the reasons why we had to get rid of that president is because he's not handling security measures properly. So how are you telling me it's not that bad? But there's people of that country that are literally saying we don't approve of how the president is handling security matters, jihadist issues. That's a concerning problem that I don't know how it's going to be fixed. I don't have an idea as of yet, but that jihadist whatever thing that they're doing is really bad. It's spilling over into other countries, and yeah, it's not looking too good. Okay, it's not looking too good. But let me just continue to go down and shout outs to you guys. Hope you guys are doing well. What do you guys think about this whole coup d'etat? What do you guys think that this means? Um, what are your thoughts and your opinions about this? And a couple of days ago, right? Less actually, it was 11 days ago, I believe. We're having a live stream on the situation that was happening in Mali. How do you guys think that ECOWAS is going to react to this? Do you guys think that ECOWAS is going to give Burkina Faso the benefit of the doubt? Or do you guys think that they're going to be like, oh, Burkina Faso, now you two are misbehaving. We now have to punish you too. How do you guys feel about that? But let me continue to go down. African Caribbean Diaspora Talk says, I don't know much about how successful or good military takeovers has been in the past. Wasn't J.J. Rollins a military? Yeah, I feel like if you ask most people I can't speak for other West African countries because I don't know. But if you ask people in Ghana, I don't think people in Ghana view military takeovers as such a bad thing. I really don't think generally. See, and this is the problem, right? People will be like, oh, military takeovers are evil, they're uncivilized, they're this, they're that. But in some countries, the military takeovers actually worked out. So it's like, how are you now saying that they're bad, but in the past they were good? To answer your question, ACDT, if you were to ask most Ghanaians, I don't think they would have such a negative view of military takeovers. The military takeover is what actually gave peace to that country, to be honest. Getting a dictator to come and literally tell people to stop misbehaving, massacre people who were going against who are going against the country's interests, that worked out good for some countries. So, but we'll see. I mean, it's too soon to speculate as to whether this military takeover is effective or not. But all I'm basically trying to say, if I'm not making myself clear, is I don't see military takeovers as such a bad thing. I really do think that military takeovers can be beneficial. I really do believe that. Yeah. Guinea, Mali, Burkina Faso, Sudan next. They were saying that next is probably gonna be Niger. Um, yeah, they were basically saying that Niger, and they were also saying if Nigeria was in a different financial bracket, that Nigeria would probably be doing a coup d'etat as well. So that was very interesting when they were talking about that. France still has colonies in Caribbean and South America. France is an issue, but it's not the only issue. They're one brick in the wall of issues. Yeah, yeah. No, I'm not demeaning France's involvement in a lot of these issues and a lot of these problems, but I feel like a lot of people are just so fixated on France, and that is kind of problematic. Like everyone just wants to blame everything on France, and it's like France maybe started the problem, but who is advancing the problem, right? Who is giving life to the problem? Who is perpetuating these certain things that were supposed to be addressed maybe 10 to 15 years ago? It's not France. It's somebody else who's still letting France do certain things, and then they just turn around and blame France, right? You're going to be angry, you're going to buy arms from France, you're going to buy arms from Russia, you're going to buy arms from all these other places. But then in the end, you're going to say that these places are destabilizing you. But you're actively participating in the nonsense that they're profiting off of. Do you get what I mean? So yeah, that's what I wanted to talk about. Again, don't know too much about Burkina Faso, about what's going on there at the moment, but I'll be honest with you, even in some of these Pan-African spaces, the the news that Burkina Faso has been getting lately is very negative. It's not good news. Uh I'm sorry, like I'm just being honest here. The type of reports that I heard from Burkina Faso recently have been about, you know, security instability, just unfortunately those type of things, and it's not really that good. Not blaming anybody, but I'm just saying it's, yeah. But hey, Amilcar, how you doing? Oh, you're saying it's the so-called leaders' fault? France is a pain in the ass in Africa. D- Okay, but okay. See, this is the thing, right? When I was speaking to somebody from Burkina Faso about how West Africa, and especially Francophone West Africa, how it's hard for them to unite, because we were supposed to already have our currency, right? We were already supposed to have our universal money. We were already supposed to have all of these plans set in rule. But it just seems like the Francophone West African countries, they just, some of them can never get it together. And then when we were asking, when we were talking to some of these people, they said, okay, the problem is the Francophone West African countries who don't have a lot of money, whenever they try to come together and do something, the Francophone West African countries who do have money and who are thriving always try to come in between the unity. So to me, it's like, okay, we all got colonized by France, right? We're kind of all in a similar situation, not the same situation, but similar in terms of certain things. Now you're telling me that we're trying to come together and unite, and you're telling me the problem happens to be other Francophone West African countries? But how is that possible? Shouldn't you guys understand yourselves the best? So yeah, that was the frustrations of the person I was speaking to from Burkina Faso. They were saying that they were trying to come together, they were trying to unite, they were trying to do certain things, but it happens to be Ivory Coast, Senegal, Cameroon sometimes that are in the that are the problem in them moving forward. That is what they said. Okay, I cannot verify that, but that is what they said. So, do you think there's also a pressure to follow democracy? Yeah, there is a pressure to follow democracy. And this is, and I don't see, I don't claim to know all the answers. I promise you, I don't. But democracy is not something that we invented. It's not. And again, I really don't think that some countries need to be using democracy. It doesn't seem to be working in some of these countries. There is a pressure to follow democracy because it's foreign. It's seen as it helped someone else's country, so let's work with it. But I mean, before these people even started using democracy, and in some of these European countries, they still have monarchies. They haven't completely gotten rid of their monarchies, but they were doing monarchies. They were experimenting as well. So it's just not fair that everyone is saying, oh, democracy is great, democracy is going to solve everything. But it's like other people, there are other countries in the world that are doing well that don't even use democracy. So how come everything has to go back to democracy is the way? Democracy is the only fundamental thing. No, I don't believe that democracy is the only way. I really, my heart of hearts, I don't believe that. But yes, there definitely is pressure. It's like the fear of missing out. It's like, oh, everyone else is modernized and they're using this element, so if you're not using this element, you're behind. But it's like, again, I don't understand how you're going to let the masses of populations vote when some of these people are, they literally don't have a good education. Some of these people are not interested in politics, aside from even being educated, right? Some of these people are not interested in politics. So how are you going to tell them that they should vote for a leader when they don't know what's going on? They don't understand. They haven't studied enough. They don't understand the basic elements of democracy, but you're giving them voting rights. That is just crazy to me. Some of these countries do not deserve democracies. They're not ready for democracies. They're just not ready for it. Anyways, France is a huge pain in the ass too, but ultimately it's our leader's fault. You think so? I don't know anything about. Does anyone in the chat section know anything about the president that just got overthrown? Does anyone know anything about that guy? Because I've never heard him speak. I don't know anything about him, but it seems like the citizens really don't like him. And the military. See, this is the interesting part, because sometimes the citizens of the country don't approve of the president, right? But at least the military will like the president. But in this case, the president wasn't even paying the military enough. The president wasn't treating the military properly. So the military was like, okay, none of us like you, so bye. It's interesting. I don't understand. These dictators usually treat their military good because they understand that they could use the military to their own personal benefit in some of these countries. So I found that to be very, very interesting. But yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and play a short clip and then we can resume. So let me go ahead and find it. Oh, and like the video. Thank you. Okay, here.
Well, for the very latest this hour, we can cross now to Ouagadougou and talk to reporter Sam Mednick, who's on the line. Sam, you've been covering all of these developments very closely for the last 24 hours or so. So just give us a sense of what the atmosphere is now like in Ouagadougou and what the latest is.
So the situation in Ouagadougou, it's very fluid right now. Everyone is sort of waiting and seeing. People are camped outside the state broadcaster's headquarters in downtown, where it's heavily guarded by the soldiers who overthrew or who took rock the president, and waiting for them to say something. They've been saying that they're going to make an announcement for hours. It's supposed to be imminent, and so people are just kind of waiting to hear what they're going to say to gain some clarity on the situation.
And Sam, whether or not this is officially confirmed today as a coup d'etat, what is clear is that there's been a good degree of frustration for some time now among soldiers in Burkina Faso. Tell us a bit about why.
There's definitely frustration from what the soldiers have told me. I mean, this is a country that is not used to war. They've been in war for 6 years now, fighting a conflict against jihadists. And the soldiers say they're ill-equipped, they're undertrained, that the government doesn't have a military strategy, and they feel people at the top of the hierarchy, military and the government, is disconnected from what's happening to the forces in the field. Sometimes they say they don't care about them, and they're losing their colleagues. They're dying, and they're really, really angry and very frustrated at the situation, and they say they want to change.
Sam Mednick for us there live in Ouagadougou. Thanks very much indeed for your reporting this hour.
Yeah. So again, that okay. So I guess that source can be biased, but even just looking at some of the other reports, it has been brought to all of our attention that the military has not been happy with basically the equipment that they've been provided with in trying to deal with fighting these jihadists, fighting these other kind of mini conflicts that's going on in the country. And they just feel like the elite doesn't care about them. And if the elite doesn't care about them, they're not well equipped. What are they really fighting for? What are they really fighting for? What are they really doing? And what's really going on? So that's a sentiment that I've been hearing a lot in the streets in regards to Burkina Faso. And I think that is very, very important. So I wanted to ask people, well, if the military, who are also civilians, by the way, they're not just, the military are not just human beings that come from a different planet, they're also citizens of that country as well, right? So the military, along with regular civilians, just regular people of that country, are not happy with how the government is handling certain matters and certain affairs. What is the alternative? Is the alternative to just wait until this president, gets assassinated? Is the alternative to just wait until the president finishes his term? What is the alternative? If people are frustrated, they're not happy, what is the alternative to a military takeover? What is the alternative? Now, some people will say, okay, the alternative is to vote somebody else in power. Guys, we're not talking about Australia, right? We're not talking about New Zealand. We're not talking about Canada. We're not talking about UK. We're talking about Burkina Faso. What is the alternative when the country or the government is not doing what they need to do? What are the people supposed to do? Write a letter? What are they supposed to do? And that's why it's like, I think the empathetic part of me, feels for the people. I feel for the people. So, yeah, I know in these spaces, military coups are definitely demonized, but I don't think they're all that bad. It depends on the situation. Okay, so tribal Africans saying that colonialism has a devastating effect in Africa. Yeah, it does. It's sad, man. It is so sad. Um, a lot of these countries adopted a model that someone else put on them, and it seems like the model is not working. But what are they supposed to do? What is the alternative? You'd be shocked that in some of these countries, and I'm just saying some of these countries, I'm not naming a particular country, right? But you'll be shocked that in some of these countries, it is so simple for the government to just get in power, change the rules and laws, and to just do whatever they want. Like, you guys don't understand how simple it is in some of these countries for presidents to literally just do whatever they want. They can change the constitution and say, okay, well, I want to run for 5 more terms, and it is what it is. And there's no other body that can vote against it. It is just absolutely, it's ridiculous. Okay, it is really ridiculous. But yeah, let me play one more clip and then I'll be back with some additional commentary.
It's the climax of a weekend of unrest. Burkina Faso's armed forces have taken to national television to announce an end to President Roch Kabore's rule. They say they've suspended the constitution, dissolved the government and closed the borders as well.
We've made this decision solely to put our country back on the right track and to bring our forces together to fight for the territorial integrity of our country, the recovery of our country and the sovereignty of our country.
The statement was made in the name of a previously unheard of entity, the Patriotic Movement for Safeguard and Restoration. Sources close to Roch Kabore say he is under arrest in the capital after heavy gunfire was reported near his residence overnight. Kabore's party says he survived an assassination attempt as an army mutiny rapidly developed into a coup d'etat. On Monday afternoon, this message appeared on his Twitter account.
We must at this precise moment safeguard our democratic norms. I invite those who have taken up arms to lay them down in the higher interest of the nation.
Now it appears this was too little too late. On Sunday, hundreds of protesters attacked and looted the headquarters of Burkina Faso's ruling party, while others set fire to makeshift barricades in a show of support for the mutineers. Frustration has reached boiling point over the government's failure to tackle an Islamist insurgency which has killed some 2,000 people and displaced 1.5 million.
All right. So, as you guys heard in that clip, there were assassination attempts on the president. I definitely feel like this is a much better alternative than just getting rid of the dictator, right? But anyway, let me not be so biased. I'm trying not to be biased in this. I promise you I'm trying not to, but it's very difficult when it looks like this is something that the people of the country want. So it's very difficult for me to not be in support of that. Like, anyway, I guess what I wanted to ask as well, what do you guys think? What I don't even know, because see, now technically the country doesn't have a president. The country is gonna, I guess, adopt a placeholder until they get things together. But as you guys saw in the clip, it was a pretty, I've seen much worse protests in my lifetime. Okay, that was pretty. From the last time I checked, they said that there were no casualties. That's what they said, that there were no casualties. They could be lying, but I would assume that the casualty, amount wasn't that much anyway. So if that's the case, then it was a pretty civil coup d'etat. So what is really the problem here? Like, what is really so bad about that? The problems that they were going out there protesting for, looting, looting, the problems that they had, that they were fighting for, are more, there are bigger problems than the coup itself, is basically what I'm trying to say. The issues that are going on in that country were so overwhelming that this seemed to be like an outcry for change, an outcry for something new. And I understand that, yes, having a coup d'etat doesn't necessarily mean that, the change that you want to see is going to come tomorrow. I understand that. But when people are frustrated and when people are going out on the street, when they're doing things like this, there's a huge disconnect between the government and the civilians. And Burkinabe don't deserve this. Burkinabe are some of the sweetest people on earth. They are so nice. They don't deserve this. The spirit of democracy is what makes a country peaceful. The literacy rate for Europeans when they became democratic was lower than most African countries. Okay. So saying that the spirit of democracy is what makes a country peaceful. Would you say that what's going on in Burkina Faso right now, would you say that that's not peaceful? Because I don't see this as bad. Like, I really don't see them doing this to be that bad. I don't see this. This is not a civil war. You know what I mean? This is not a genocide. This is not a huge conflict. To me, this was actually pretty peaceful, but I don't know. I'll see what some of you guys are saying. I mean, I do support and I do believe in a certain type of Pan-Africanism, but there's only certain countries that I feel like are ready for the Pan-Africanism. The Sahel region has too many issues that needs to be dealt with before they worry about Pan-Africanism. Okay, the jihadists that I don't like to really put these words out there because I don't want it to sound like I'm anti blah blah blah, but the jihadist issues that are going on in that region they're not being dealt with. They're not being dealt with. That's a serious matter and it's a serious issue. It's an issue that needs great concern. And they've imported like exterior forces, exterior military to try and help them with some of these issues. It's not working though. If you ask some people from Burkina Faso, they'll say that somebody is stealing the money that's even supposed to go towards fighting some of these extremist groups in some of these countries. Somebody is stealing the money. It's unbelievable. It is unbelievable. But yeah, again, I don't think I got an answer earlier. Do you guys think that ECOWAS is going to put Burkina Faso in trouble for this? Because ECOWAS was basically able to put Mali into trouble for something like this. Now, I understand in Mali's case, they've had more, I guess, military issues and issues within the country for a longer time. In fact, they've had, I think, two of the most recent coup d'etats in that region. So I understand why. I don't approve, but I understand why ECOWAS did that. But do you guys think that ECOWAS is going to have the same energy for Burkina Faso? I can't wait to see that or to hear what's going to happen. You said it personally. The people are not educated enough. That's the reason African leaders are able to take advantage of most of the population. Yeah, I mean, and I don't see the people that I speak to, right? Thankfully, you know, they know what's going on. They seem to be educated, but I just feel like in some of these countries, the people really don't know what's going on and they get bribed and they don't know who they're voting for. So it's like, why you're telling me that we have to vote in politics, but we don't even understand politics? Why would you give somebody the ability to vote in politics who doesn't understand politics? It's just crazy. They need a king, okay? They need a king that wants the best for the country and move on, okay? Forget this president, that president, forget it. It's not working. Get rid of it. Yeah. And I know I'm just saying this from a perspective of somebody who's not from Burkina Faso and who doesn't know what's going on, but if they were able to have a president in the 80s that loved that country and knew what was good for that country, they can do it again. Okay? They can do it again. It is possible. Uh okay, and I don't want to speak bad, but Ghana's military is not doing anything, okay? Like Ghana's military is eating jollof, okay, and ampanche every day. Ghana's military Ghana's military is horrible. So even if Burkina Faso was like, hey Ghana, we need some help right now. Ghana's military can't do anything to help Burkina Faso, okay? Like it's just, no, 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 no. And I say this and people get upset at me, but I'm just being honest here. Ghana is just lucky that Ghana doesn't have like huge enemies. Ghana is lucky that it's an Anglophone country. Ghana is lucky that it's beside the coast. Ghana is lucky that President Kwame Nkrumah, you know, gave a lot of good PR to Ghana. Ghana is really lucky because of those things. But Ghana and Burkina Faso are not that much different. They're different in terms of religion, but Ghana could be in the same position as Burkina Faso if it wasn't because of certain things. And if Burkina Faso and some of these other countries do not get it together, I don't want to say it, but you guys know what I'm insinuating. I don't want to say it because it's too painful to think about, but you guys know what I mean. Those of you who are intelligent know what I mean because I've said it before. I'm not going to say it in this stream, but I've said it before. If some of these countries do not get it together, what makes some of these countries think that their problems cannot leak to other countries? You know, Mali is not far from Burkina Faso. What makes people think that people are not going to, after going to Burkina Faso, they're not going to think about going to other neighboring countries? Like, what makes people think that? Not greetings. How are you doing? Travel Africans saying that Burkina has had 8 coup d'etats since their independence. I mean, is it the number that is concerning, or is it the time frame of when they happen? Because one of the military coup d'etats actually brought in Thomas Sankara, and if I'm not mistaken, one of the military coup d'etats removed Thomas Sankara. So, is it the amount of coup d'etats, or is it the time frame that it happened? Because I know with other countries, yeah, they never experienced military coup d'etats, and I guess they're lucky that they never had to experience that. But I mean, it's not a one size fits model, you know. But you think ECOWAS is gonna defend Burkina Faso? ECOWAS, tribal African, you've heard people from other ECOWAS countries say that any country who does military coups again is going to be punished. You heard these people say that. You heard them say that they don't approve of military coup d'etats, and any country who continues to use that model is going to be punished. So to me, it's like, in as much as I love ECOWAS, they already say that they disapprove of military coup d'etats. So how is ECOWAS going to help Burkina Faso when they clearly disapprove of this? Oh, you're at the gym. You're at the gym. Yeah, me too. I'm cooking some food, man. I'm cooking some food, and anyways, do West Africans take ECOWAS seriously? Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Ghana will need to increase its military budget to be ready for the spread of instability and jihadist takeover. Yeah, I mean, see, Nana Akufo-Addo, I don't think he's worried about that right now. I don't think President Muhammadu Buhari is worried about that, but he's getting elected out next year, right? So President Buhari is getting elected out, so he has an excuse, I guess. But the president of Ivory Coast doesn't seem to care about that. The president of Ghana doesn't care about that. The president of Nigeria doesn't care about that. So yeah, like, it's, see, my brother, but when your brother has, certain military jihadist issues going on in their country, and you think that is just gonna stick there, you're delusional. You are delusional. Delusional. So, to your point, right? I don't know if Ghana's worried about that. I haven't heard any Ghanaian government speak about that. They only basically speak about things that pertain to Ghana, not outside Ghana. So I don't think they're putting money into the military, to be honest. Oh no, JJ Rollins. Some people didn't like JJ Rollins because he murdered their family, which is not funny. I'm laughing because I'm nervous, not because it's funny. But JJ Rollins is revered as a good leader for sure. What's wrong with a Muslim African nation that wants to implement Sharia? The population in Burkina Faso support. I don't know how to answer that question. Um, can you like rephrase that question, because I'm not really understanding what you're saying. The population in Burkina Faso support jihadist groups. So then why are they angry that their government is not able to contain the jihadist group? Unless I'm just not understanding that, but no Nigerian wants no yeah, Nigerians don't want coup d'etats, but if Nigeria was in a less if Nigeria wasn't as rich as Nigeria is, I can guarantee you there would be coup d'etats happening in Nigeria right now. I can guarantee you that. Anyway, good afternoon, Sarasap. How you doing? AM, France has set up a complex system of neocolonialism with custom update, meaning what? Because I do understand that some of these instabilities that are happening in some of these countries, it's not really caused by, well, some people say it's caused by France. I don't think it's caused by France. I think France is involved for their own personal gain. Um, I don't know. The French issue, the France matter, I really don't know how to tackle it because even looking at what happened in Mali, Mali said, okay, we're gonna get rid of French troops, but then we're gonna add Russian troops, but then Russia is doing something in Central African Republic who used to deal with France. So it's just kind of it's just very, very confusing to me. Like, I don't fully understand what's going on, to be honest. I don't get it, but it's not good. So what do you guys think? People are saying that democracy is bad. Um, I'm not against democracy. I'm just saying some countries don't deserve to have democracy. But I don't see democracy as that bad. I mean, Kenya is doing well with democracy, you know. South Africa seems to be doing okay with democracy. Ghana's doing okay, not as good as it should be doing, but democracy seems to be working in Ghana. So I'm not against democracy, but I really do think some of these countries should not be having democracy. Saudi Arabia is not a democracy in the country. Exactly. Thank you. Saudi Arabia, who else? Singapore. I don't think Singapore is a democracy either. Anyway, some of these countries are doing okay without democracy. So I don't know. I don't know what people. Does Ghana have an Islamic extremist problem? No. I can see that becoming an issue. Should African nations ban Islam? I believe the only African nation that has banned Islam so far is Angola. I don't think banning Islam, though, is the solution. I know some people are going to be like, oh, yeah, words spoken like a true neo-colonialist, but really I don't think banning Islam is the way. I don't think that is what's really going on right now. I keep putting out the word jihadist, blah blah blah, but understand that those are extremist groups, right? Understand that those are just groups that, to be honest, they just want money. They want to terrorize the government and they just want money. That's basically what they want. It doesn't have much to do with Islam as much as people think it does. So to me, saying ban Islam, it's really not the solution. It's not the way. Okay. It's not. Can you really ban Islam? I don't even think that's possible. I don't even think you could actually ban Islam. I don't think that's actually possible. Um, people are creative. You say ban Islam and then they just call it something else. So, you know what I mean? You call it Islam, I call it Islam, but a lot of people on the continent don't even call it Islam. They're different words to even describe it. So anyway, I don't think that's the way. I don't think that's the answer. But without further ado, let me play a last clip that will also explain this. I'm just going to go ahead and pull it up. And then if anyone has anything to add, they can definitely come in. All right, so let me just. Okay, I'm just finding the clip. Give me one. Donne-moi 2 minutes, s'il vous plaît. Okay, I think I finally have it here.
It feels like the domino effect that leaders in West Africa wanted to avoid after Mali mutinous soldiers taking a state television in Burkina Faso to announce the overthrow of President Roch-Marc Christian Kaboré and the suspension of the constitution. This after an overnight of gunfire in the capital. Soldiers who've been saying since November that how they felt exposed in the face of an Islamist insurgency running rampant across national borders in the Sahel. We'll be asking about the latest out of Ouagadougou. What would an eventual coup, if it does indeed get confirmed now, change in yet another poor landlocked nation where radicals seem to be preying on weak institutions? Turn back the clock 7 short years. There were rising aspirations in Ouagadougou. The youth had taken to the streets to say enough of the strongman rule of Blaise Compaoré, who'd been in power for more than a quarter century. What's happened since? How much do these soldiers represent a different generation or a return to the past? And what response from West African states who've just slapped drastic sanctions on neighboring Mali, this after coup leaders there broke their promise of swift elections? We're looking at the coup in Burkina Faso, and we're joined here on set by France 24's Mark Perlman, who's been following the latest. From Niamey, Ibrahim Yahya Ibrahim, senior analyst for the International Crisis Group think tank and advocacy organization. Thanks for being with us.
Thanks for having me.
Also with us, reporter and filmmaker Michael Kirtley. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
The France 24 debate, where you can join the conversation on Facebook and Twitter, hashtag F24debate. So, Mark Perlman, first we had the overnight gunfire. Then we had soldiers claiming that the president was under house arrest. Then, early afternoon, a tweet saying, no, come down and sit and negotiate. So that caused more confusion. But now these mutinous soldiers going to state television.
Yes, after a long day, long hours of waiting, uncertainty, there were early reports that the president had been detained by the coup plotters, that he was in the military compound. Then sources close to him telling me that no, he was in quote unquote a safe place, and that, you know, there were still maybe some possible negotiations going on. And it's true that as the day went by, people were wondering, well, what's happening? National television programs as normal, announcement around 4 p.m. Paris time that there would be a special announcement, nothing happening until a few minutes ago, the official announcement. You saw military taking to the airwaves and announcing, yes, that this was the end of President Kaboré, that he had resigned. Apparently, he tried not to resign, but he was forced to do so. He is under house arrest, I'm being told by sources close to him, in Ouagadougou. And so now, clearly, this is a new era. The transition has started for time frame nobody really is able to measure, especially because of what we saw happening in Guinea and in Mali, where the military promised that they would hand back power, but they seem to like power and to cling to power. We have, though, a name of the leader of this coup. He is a lieutenant colonel by the name of Paul-Henri Sandaogo Damiba. There were rumors that he was indeed the man behind it. He's well known in military circles in Burkina Faso. He wrote a book about West African armies. So it's not a surprise, obviously, what happened today. It took more time, more maybe zigzags than people thought.
I want to ask you about him, but first, we had over the weekend those mutinous soldiers who spoke with reporters, including Sad.
All right. Yes, so I know that was a lot that they were saying. But I mean, see, this is the thing, right? People are gonna demonize this, but the issue is it already happened. You know, the military takeover already happened. So I feel like spending so much time demonizing it, talking about whether it's right or wrong. I mean, what does that matter when it already happened? When the people of that country feel like it's right, I can't speak for everyone in that country. I actually can't even speak for anyone in that country. What am I saying? But it seems like many people in that country have the support of the military government. They don't see this to be a problem. So it's like, why do outsiders have such a big opinion on whether this is right or wrong, on whether this is good timing or not? 2022, people are doing things differently. 2022, people are not taking the nonsense that they took last year. So whether it's right or wrong, who even cares, because it already happened? You know, do you think that the people of Burkina Faso need any of us to be like, we don't approve of your military coup? You guys are such savages. You guys should be using democracy. That's not helping anybody right now. You know what I mean? That is not helping anybody right now. And as you guys heard earlier, the president, they're lucky. The Guinea one and this one, those presidents are lucky that all the civilians did was hold them hostage, say you're not empowered. They're lucky that it didn't come into any like, we're gonna behead you. They're so lucky. So anyway, I'm gonna continue a bit of this, and yeah, just let me fast forward a bit. Okay.
Whole region. Look at the figures only. In the last 3 years, over 7,000 people were killed in Burkina Faso, including 100 militaries and thousands of civilians. 2 million people were displaced. And the security is only growing bigger without a sign that the government is going to handle it. So all the the anger that we saw from the streets in Burkina Faso and then later from the military themselves really reflect to this deterioration of the security situation in Burkina Faso. But if we look at it, I think in regionally, we saw this destabilization of the political destabilization that took place in Mali. We saw also the coup that happened in Guinea. We now see another coup here. I think we realize that jihadists have not been able to take power to conquer urban cities. They have been mostly instigating violence in rural areas. But now the violence that they create in rural areas is destabilizing capital cities. And this is really disturbing. They're not able themselves to come to these capital cities, but they are able to instigate violence and political destabilization there. So this is really worrisome. We see this happening in Burkina Faso, and something say that this is not the only time that we'll talk about coups in the region.
All right. And yeah, basically he gave a little rundown, and the last statement he made, which I actually agree with, is he's saying this is not the only time that we're going to be talking about military coups in that region, unfortunately. And I mean, that's just me being realistic. That's not me trying to down talk, but I don't see this as being the last military coup that is going to be happening. Like, this is going to be happening again. I don't know what country, but it's going to be happening again. And it's unfortunate, but who knows? I guess I don't fully understand the reasons why a military coup needs to happen, but they never happen as a first resort. I've noticed that military coups usually happen when other mechanisms have been tried and they failed, so they feel like this is what they have to do. So let me play this real quick.
Actually witnessed the first coup of my lifetime in Burkina Faso. It was in 1987 when Thomas Sankara was killed by former President Blaise Compaoré to become president himself. At least now we can say so far no blood has been shed in this coup for the moment. I hope it will stay so, but it looks like a deja vu. What happened when I called family and friends and relatives today, even 5 minutes before coming into this show, they kind of say, like, we're just eating food now and we're waiting for things to pass. This is exactly what we did in 1987. This is exactly what people do when a coup is happening. People just continue their lives, and then we'll say like, go and lay down when you feel like some bullets might come through. And life just goes, people just get used to the nonsenseness of things. And this is quite sad because at the end, they've been fighting and struggling so much for freedom. So there is a taste of deja vu, I must say. And that's why I'm also very worried, because what is going to happen, even what ECOWAS is saying, is also a deja vu. If you look at ECOWAS today, personally, I see a lot of members, a lot of leaders that also do not actually achieve for their people, the majority of the leaders into ECOWAS. So they have lost a lot of faith. I never spoke to any young person in Burkina Faso, and I'm in contact with many of them, who would tell me I trust ECOWAS. So there is a crisis of trust as well. As someone else said, it's much bigger. The issue is much bigger than Burkina Faso. It's much bigger than the situation now. It is a whole issue in the region. And I worry about what has been happening in Guinea with Russia, what has been happening in Mali, what is happening now with the youth, and what is going to go on in the future. There is a lot of passive aggressivity towards France as well, and I'm so sorry that France is standing alone in the Sahel. We have been working so much in the European Parliament about this, but unfortunately people think here that the Sahel matter and the Islamism in the region, that this is a problem far from us, but it's not. One, it's costing a lot of money. The EU has been giving so much money without a lot of accountability and control, and this can be summarized in what Dambisa Moyo said, dead aid. Who knows in whose pocket this money went? Nothing is going to improve, and people keep giving money like giving money is going to solve all the problems. Second, it's not the EU that needs to go there and solve the problem. These leaders need to be accountable, need to achieve for their own people. And third, did the world not sleep and think that Syria was far away? What happens after that? We should never underestimate Islamism in a region. It's never far enough.
We're going to pick up on the point about what to do when it comes to the international community. But first, let's listen.
Okay, yes, so she raised a couple of good points there. Is just giving money to fight these insurgency groups, is that really helping, or is that making things worse? You know what I mean? Like, what is that even doing? That's a good point that she raised over there. I have to disagree with her when she said, oh, we need to be holding our leaders accountable, blah, 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 blah. The only reason why I have to disagree with that is, how does one really hold a leader accountable? I don't think it's the people that have to hold leaders accountable. I think it's other institutions that are supposed to be doing their job and actually holding leaders accountable, not the actual citizen that is watching the president on their TV. How are they supposed to hold the presidents accountable? They never see the president. It's other institutions that I guess are not really working out in some of these countries, that are not holding leaders accountable, and they're not making leaders fearful of going against the rules and going against the betterment of their own citizens, so to speak. But let me quickly finish her last thought, and yeah, then you guys can come in and add any of your guys' opinions on this. I just want to hear from the Burkina Faso lady once more, if I can find it. Okay.
A redeployment, quote unquote, of French troops, essentially cutting the number of troops by half. And the corollary is that it's supposed to be the military from Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger essentially taking up the task that the French don't want to fulfill anymore. But when those military are in such disarray, well, this is basically handing the country over to jihadist groups. And that's a big, big problem. And Emmanuel Macron has another problem that you might have noticed, that there are elections in a few months, and the French opposition parties are starting to ask, why are we in Mali? What are we doing in Burkina Faso? Why should we do this when those countries are seeing coups and violence and instability?
And we're seeing on this map that we're showing that three borders region, the part in yellow in that map, which shows where a lot of those insurgent attacks have been happening. Asita Konko, it's not just the French who've sent troops, obviously. It's also been at the African Union. It's been the UN mission that's been there, and it's been European forces, a small force, but nonetheless. When you heard last week the news that Sweden was pulling out from that Takuba force that is in Mali, your thoughts of which way Europe should go on this? Is it, as Mark was alluding to, with many of the voters in the election saying, hey, this is far from our borders, this isn't our problem? What do you say to them?
Yes, well, I hear also my own voters say this is not our problem, this is very far. But I also hear voters saying, you know, this is indeed our problem, but is this really the military way really the best way to help solve this issue? I am tempted to say, and this is also a growing concern in Belgium, that we have been seeing a lot of evidence that the military strategy is not really solving the issue, or maybe it's maintaining, it's reducing the level of violence, it's maintaining a kind of stability somehow. It would have maybe been worse. But when I look on the graph, how much money is going into these Sahel countries and how much result is being achieved, how many people are dying, then I think we need to reconsider things. Maybe there should be more accountability, more control on how we are spending taxpayers' money, and without that, we're just financing corruption. Recently, I've read a lot about how the military, for example, in Mali, are without shoes or without bullets when they come across jihadis who have nice cars, who actually start, when the military have cars that do not start, and they have weapons but they don't have bullets. So when the jihadis have more equipment and more money, and the regular military are not having this because all the money is going into corruption of higher positioned people, then you need to ask questions. I think this is the huge thing that is making it almost impossible to build capacity. So we need to reconsider this. I think Europe has the bad habit of believing that giving money is just going to solve issues, and it has been shown also in development aid that that's not always true. It used to go in the pocket of some presidents who want to change the constitutions and stay, and that is also what I have been fighting as a teenager, and I don't want to support such policy now that I'm in the European Parliament. We need to invest, to push companies to invest, to create jobs. We need to push these leaders to have to take responsibility, and we cannot be the Mr. Cash. And we also need to know that regarding the military aspects, the local military also has to have the real means. And there is money, but it's just going into corruption.
Into the wrong hands.
Okay, yes. So she kept on going on, but she made a couple of good points. We have Tunaja here. Do you have anything to add to the... I think you're muted.
Hi. Yeah, thanks for having me. Yeah, I think the lady made some good points. Like, you shouldn't have to be spending money for other nations and securing them, because in the end, that is not leading anywhere. If anything, they may actually be making it worse because they have ulterior motives for what they are doing. If they really wanted to help, they would arm the Malians. They would train them. And then all of them, all these nations, Sweden, all of them, they know that they have more military in terms of numbers than Mali. Why don't they encourage Mali to do the same, to secure its border? They know how to secure their own border, but they don't want to help. So that is one. That is what reveals their true intention. And then the Malian regime too may be partly responsible for what's happening now in Burkina Faso too. Because that's why when I was saying before that military guy did something that was terrible, because first you took over power, you know, for whatever reason you did it, which was illegal. You broke the rules. You did that. Then you have an agreement with a regional body. Then you broke it and you brought your people on the street to criticize our regional body. to make yourself look like you are the saint, then now we have a second one happening again. And this whole thing is how our people lose focus, because we just see one man and we think what he's doing is okay. But just imagine if somebody committed a crime in a community and you go and praise that person. Why would you be surprised some of that person does the same thing? They will do the same thing, and our people encourage this behavior and they don't even know it. It's like a criminal that goes, robs a bank and sprays a lot of money in the air, and the people in the crowd are very happy with the money that they received, and they start rooting for the criminal. But they forget that by the time everybody starts doing that, nobody will be able to go out on the streets. We've had military regimes before. They didn't lead anywhere. As a matter of fact, they are more dangerous, because they will make sure whenever our people want to make progress, they will disrupt it. They will make sure they disrupt it. And if what Africa needs is just stability, the people will do the rest. The government need to just come in, go. Even if they are corrupt, it doesn't even matter. Just come in, go. Sooner or later, the system will get fine-tuned better. You'll find that transparency will increase over time, because that's how democracy works. Democracy doesn't go the other way around, where transparency reduces. Instead, the transparency increases over time. And when these military people go and disrupt it openly, that is a problem. They can easily do it behind the scenes, but they choose not to. So I really don't appreciate the way the region is falling under military coups. I said it before. Black countries have lost so many leaders in the last 2 years alone. We've lost so many, and this is the result of this COVID-19. Those things were not happening before then. It wasn't as acute. This COVID-19, I said it before, that we were kicked in the neck and we didn't even feel it. There's a lot of money sloshing around in the West, and now they can buy anybody, make anybody do whatever they like on the continent, and we don't even know whom they are. Because we just see military people come on TV. You don't know him. The only thing we know about that Malian president, this regime so far, is that he came in and he broke a few rules. Maybe he did some things in the couple of months before now in the country that made people like him. But that is what military regimes do. They are always loved when they come in. It's like invading military. When an invading military arrives in any town, you see that people are praising them, like, oh, welcome, you are distant liberators. But within months or years, you see that the whole mood will change.
So you're arguing that military regimes don't solve the problem, and that
they make it worse.
They make the problem worse. The military
Yes.
rules make the problem worse.
Yeah, they should be encouraging. That's what military is there for, stability. Encouraging, propping the state up. Whenever the state is under stress, their job is to prop it up, defend the state, not take over the state. If you feel like your president is doing what he's not supposed to do, make him do what he's supposed to do. Do it right. This president, they are not made of, they don't have horns. They are your own compatriots. Make them do the right thing, because you have the power. You let them know that if you don't do the right thing, we will make you do the right thing, or we'll remove you and put another civilian in office. And this is the thing they do too. There are so many ways to do. Why is it that they have to take over? They can easily put another civilian in office that will do what they want. They come on TV without those their sunshades and all the rest of it. It's ridiculous. It's so embarrassing. Have you seen any part of this world that goes through this nonsense over and over again that our people keep doing? It's so embarrassing. You've not seen it in Asia. Even China, that is like a dictatorship, but they don't do that. Russia, they don't do that. India, they are just as poor when they started. They don't do that kind of stuff. And this so-called military regime, they call themselves military. Since they've been running Africa, what have they done? They've disarmed our people. They are completely useless people. See, I'm sorry when I say this. These were useless to the point whereby all they come and do is make themselves look like they are saviors when they are not. They are going to find a way to make themselves civilian regimes, and then they don't do anything for the people. They just become the people that they took out to. In other words, serving the interests of outsiders. Our people, if you see that lady, she said something about they need to be held accountable. The way you hold them accountable is to make them democratic, one, because democratic systems are easier to manipulate, to make more transparent. You can do it in such a way that money that is paid to the government doesn't even arrive in the hands of the government. Yesterday, I was hearing a Senate member in Nigeria talking about how they want to put money in a fund to help people that have graduated from university, that's a youth corps members, to help them with some kind of work and stuff program. And the way he was talking, I was just like, he just want money to be put in a fund that one person will control again in a dark way. And this is the thinking. We shouldn't be accepting that this is how it works. We should make it transparent so that the money will be there. They can't do anything with the money because they will decide who to allocate it to, who they will bribe, who they should not bribe. All that nonsense should go. There's no reason why it should exist like that. We should disarm our politicians from being able to influence the outcomes, because we know what the money is meant for. Why should we allow them to be deciding who they give money and who they don't give money? We should draw up that plan before the money arrives in the account in the first place. And that money, the banks won't release it to a minister. It only is released in one direction. And if the bank does it in any other direction, that bank is accountable. It's easy to do these things. I've seen Africans use more advanced systems, like in banking system and like in peso and all those things that the Africans invent. We have inventive ways of solving problems. I don't see any reason why all these politicians will be able to embezzle anything if we make it hard for them. It's not that hard, and military regimes are not helping. And I don't know what Africans, this West Africa needs to do, because Nigeria is not in a good state right now. If Nigeria was in a good state, I would be advocating intervention. Kick all these people out and have democracy, because African Union has agreed, they've signed the agreement already that they have to encourage democratic regime and governments. They can't have military people come in and keep taking over. And whenever they see that, they have to do something to stop it. So why are these people, they know about this rule and they choose to break it? And when you sanction them, they act as if they are saints. After you've broken so many rules, you just lie to a regional organization. Forget, man, I'm just frustrated with all these people because they are embarrassing. No, you have to think about it now. You are in maybe in Canada there, and any fellow Canadian, maybe other, European Canadians or other groups, and if they follow African news, they hear that, there is another military takeover again, and the guy comes in with the same regular dressing with goggles and all the rest. It's just embarrassing. It's like going back in time to the 50s and 60s. It's just, we can't keep going on like this, and our people need to stop backing military regimes. They are not going to lead us anywhere. If they would have done it before now. The time of Rawlings has passed. During the time of Rawlings, they didn't have any agreement to say they are going to be encouraging democratic government. During the time of Rawlings, a lot of things were in flux then. They were trying to sort out what type of government Africa is going to be pursuing and all this sort of stuff. And Rawlings is almost like a freak event, really. It's not. Many military regimes don't do so well when they are in office. Right. Many of them. So, what is the record that we are backing? I don't see democratic governments. When I look at it yesterday, even I was saying it now that Nigeria, in the last 20-something years, we've not had terrible leaders. We make it look like our leaders are the worst people on earth. We've not had terrible leaders. Our people are the biggest problem that we have. And maybe you can blame the leaders for that because they are not educating the people enough to see those things. But maybe they too don't know that well. They don't know much too. Because if you look at Obasanjo today, the guy is one of the most respected leaders on the continent. He goes to different places to negotiate peace and, power broke for people. You look at Jonathan, the same thing. Buhari, no matter what they say about him in office, and when he leaves office, you will see how many times you see Buhari on TV saying he's there to lie. He doesn't even have time. They don't have any ambition to overstay their time in office. This is what Ghanaian governments do now. Ghanaian governments, a long time ago, they stopped trying to hog power. Since after Rawlings, they stopped trying to hog power. When they lose office, they leave. When they lose office, they leave. And once people start having those sort of regimes and governments, it's just a matter of time. It's just going to get better and better. It never actually gets worse because you have stability. Stability is the problem.
All right, we're gonna let Sir Will say his points of view, and we're gonna come back to that train of thought.
Well, that's kind of funny, but to Niger, I'm glad you mentioned Rawlings. If it wasn't for Rawlings, you think Ghana would be where Ghana is right now?
That's why I said that Rawlings was a freak event. People like Rawlings don't happen twice. They don't happen twice. You have to understand that. So that's the problem. And Rollins, if Rollins had a way to avoid problems, see Rollins, when he came the first time, just to tell you the kind of character he is, he left office too.
Yeah.
He wanted the system to work, but when it didn't work, then he came back.
Exactly. But the
these
thing
people,
is,
these young ones that are coming on now, and most of these military regimes, they are just there for themselves, thinking that they are messiahs. They don't have a clue. Some of them are just young people in the military. They don't have a clue the kind of area they are walking into. By the time they learn the ropes, 10 years has passed, 14 years has passed. They've wrecked their people's this in economy and their people's this in a state of affairs. So
yeah, maybe so. But the thing is, like I was saying you last time, we are dealing with a very complex situation here. What's going on in Burkina Faso and Mali and all those countries, that they're dealing with terrorism. Okay, they're dealing with terrorism, and that terrorism is being brought about by powers that are beyond what you and I can see. Okay,
yes, I agree with that.
So when you live in those countries, okay, and then you are viewing your fellow countrymen being killed, and then at the same time you have like superpowers who have armies in those countries, and nothing is getting better. Okay, and at the same time you see government officials who are in bed with those superpowers. I mean, you don't have a choice. A military coup is bound to happen. That's the only way. I mean, even when we were talking last time, I called it. I said, there's going to be a military coup in Burkina Faso. And there's going to be another one also, mark my words, in Niger Republic. Because what's going on is that you have a small elite in those countries who are in bed with those superpowers, and then the people and then the regular people, which is the majority of the population, is suffering because of it. Like the French, for example. Take for example the French. They foreign policy. One of the doctrine of their foreign policy, and I said it last time. The word is not for me; it's from them. Is they call it organized chaos. Meaning, when they come into a country, okay, and let's say there is a war or whatnot, they tend to be in bed with both protagonists, with both people who are actually doing the fighting. So come to find out, and there's been a lot of testimonies to that, is that the French are also in bed with the people in northern Mali. So even in your own Nigeria, go back. When the French, the one supporting Biafra. So I mean,
you see, the thing is, they have a choice. Yeah. You see, like I said, if they wanted to fix that problem that you described, that those foreign people are influencing the countries, this in destiny, then what they can do is get a military, civilian government or individual, plan the coup with them, remove a military, remove the government that is in office, and replace them and create a transition program. You have now put the country on the right track. It's very easy to do. I don't know why they always feel like they need to become rulers, and when they do that, that should tell you the source and what makes you think they themselves are not compromised. Because let me say this. These leaders we talk about, they are elites. All countries have elites, and they too will become elites. What they do is that these same leaders are the ones that created the Continental Free Trade Agreement. They are the ones that are trying to create a common passport. They are the ones that are trying to create what they call it, they have a defense pact. All these leaders are the ones that did it, not the military regimes. And these people are coming in, they may be coming in to disrupt it. That is what they are doing. Because in the last 2 years, African black nations have lost so many leaders, it's ridiculous.
Now,
and it's a dangerous thing.
Now, I understand your point, and you do have a point. I'm not saying that you do not have a point. Is that there's a risk of those people being worse than the people before, which is legitimate. You are right. There's a risk, but at least something is being done. And with those people coming in, what they're doing is that now they're using the Russian connection. Okay. They're using the Russian connection. And although I'm not a big fan of Russia, but when there's a truth, the truth has to be told. I look
Let
at
me
the
tell
track
you. Let
record.
me tell you what is going on here. These people
Okay, tell me.
are trying to convert our continent to a battleground. We have to see the dangers of what these people are doing. Why do
I
you need
understand.
Russians?
I
Why do you need
understand.
Russians?
You are scared that our continent is being made a battleground for powers.
It's not even about being
Leg-
scared. It's about common
leg-
sense. You can't
yeah,
have
no,
people.
legitimate. But what you don't know is that ever since the Berlin Conference, Africa has been a battleground for powers anyway. The only difference here is that Africans are the one choosing whose side they're gonna be on. Before, like in Mali and Burkina Faso and all those countries, France was just the one doing whatever they can. They wanted, take a country like Niger Republic, for example. Niger Republic has uranium. You know that uranium is being controlled by the French, and the French Nuclear Regulatory Commission is the one deciding who they're gonna sell that uranium to in Niger Republic. So that's what's been happening, and that's what they don't like. But at least now
If you want to change that,
we
you
are
can change that
controlled.
without taking over the government. Don't you see? You can do that without taking over the government.
How
You
you not going
maintain
to take over the
stability.
government when most of those elections are rigged anyway? When the elite,
But
in those countries is being controlled by the French. Yes, that's the reason why they're talking about election.
Is it better to rig or to take over power forcefully? See, we
No.
have to know
It's
what we are describing here. They too are breaking the rules. Just as the riggers break rules, they are breaking even a bigger rule. They are usurping the power of the state that nobody gave them. They are soldiers. They are not there to start running the country.
But what you don't understand is that you are dealing with a very powerful elite. That elite in those countries is extremely powerful, and they're in bed with the French. And unless something drastic happens, it's gonna do the same thing over and over again.
They are so powerful.
One second.
They are so powerful that they are able to be overthrown. Is that what you mean? If they can be overthrown, you can overthrow them and put another civilian regime person that you trust. If they feel that this regime, these people are messing the country up and they are in bed with these foreigners, then get somebody that you trust. Remove that regime from office, then put that person in office to organize a proper transition and guard this in the election that is going to come, so that the people actually have a say.
All right, hold
There are
that
ways
thought.
to do these things.
Hold that thought before Dr. Polymath goes ahead. Guys, there's a PayPal link in the description. You also can Cash App. Any amount is appreciated. And to be honest, the proceeds from that funds goes towards the t-shirt collection that I have on my website, and it also goes to helping other people, other Ghanaians in Ghana with certain things that they're doing. So go ahead and support African media. Go ahead and support Black media. K. Polymath, do you have anything to add to the conversation?
Salam alaikum, etise, habari, Indednesh, Sete hi, and all the lovely greetings from our fellow African brothers and sisters. Thank you for having me on the panel, and I am looking forward to be able to share and build with some of my brothers and sister. Yeah, so I think there's a very interesting situation that's going on in Burkina Faso. Of course, the French are involved, but you see, this is just this is the consequence of cause and effect. If you don't give your military enough resources to be able to fight a terrorist group like ISIL, unfortunately, what will happen is they will rise up against you, because why would I serve a master that doesn't give me the basics of living? The army was underfunded, not even given food rations for weeks, and they expected to fight off a major power when it comes to military warfare. I mean, the ISIL groups, these guys literally believe that dying is going to lead them to having 72 virgins in heaven. So if you're going to fight someone that radical, you need to be equipped. This is just the consequence of that.
Yeah. That is agreed. This is where I feel like they could have done that. If you wanted to do that, you make your government give you the arms that you need. If these governments are betraying your people, you remove them and you put some other person that will do the right things. You don't take over government and destabilize the whole arrangement, because there has to be an element of rules. If anything Africa needs more, is stability. Let the people have stability. And if you are so keen on security, then have the new person that you put into office sort that security problem out. How are these so-called terrorists getting all their weapons? If they can fund themselves, why can't you fund yourself? Well, you don't even need foreigners. I keep saying it. Our leaders don't use our people. And these so-called this in the military regimes, let's see whether they upgrade it, whether they increase the number. They won't. They will just sit there doing exactly the same thing. They may even be worse because they don't want the military to grow, because they fear that if the military grows, they might too be overthrown. So they just keep the military the way it is. Because when you have turned the military to an organization that keeps overthrowing governments, you too won't want to increase the size of the military because you fear that they're going to overthrow you.
To Niger, you keep saying if the government is not giving you what you want, you have to go out and basically apply pressure to have the government give you what you want. What exactly do you mean by that?
You go to the president and you tell him, you know what, this thing that you are doing is unacceptable by the men of the military. We want this country to start recruiting more people. If you refuse to do it, we are going to take you out and put some other person. And there is no reason why you shouldn't have righteous this indignation about that. Because these leaders are killing your people and you have justification to actually act. That's what you do. You tell him, if you don't sort this problem out, we are going to sort the problem out for you. We'll take you out and we'll put some other person into office and you monitor him 24/7. You don't let anything out of your sight until he gets what what you want him to do. Because there's no reason why the people of Mali can't fight this terrorists. They are not that many. You have 20 million people. You can use them. Burkina Faso probably has similar amount of people. Why are you not using them to defend this in the country? That is where I think the problem lies. You make the governments do the right thing. And I think I've seen countries where they do that. I think Turkey does something similar. Greece. We've had cases where their military almost took over power, but they do it behind the scenes.
Okay, so basically what you're saying is that the people should basically fight themselves against terrorists. Is that what you're saying?
They should fight the terrorists themselves. They don't need foreigners. They don't need Russians.
How are they going to do that? They don't make any weapons. We don't make any weapons. How are they going to do that?
You can buy weapons. What is the terrorists using? Are the terrorists using toothpicks? If they can buy weapons, why can't the state buy guns?
Okay, was the same thing? That's the same thing that happened in Nigeria.
That's my point. Even Nigeria has the same problem. Let me tell you, the people that have this problem are black countries. North African countries don't have this problem. Check the military, the size of the military of the North African countries. They are all in line with international standard. It's only black countries that do this, and part of the reason maybe is because they fear that they're going to be taken. The military will overthrow them because they are not doing the right things. I don't know why they do it. Personally, it doesn't even justify it because North African countries, there's also military coups there.
Well, the thing is, those weapons is that you're gonna need training in order for you to use those weapons. Okay, so let's say you go and buy an Mi-24 today. If you don't have those pilots for an Mi-24, you need to train them. So exactly. So that's why you need to collaborate.
Even American right wingers know how to train themselves in military training. If you just need a couple of people, there are many.
Get up and are able to operate a helicopter, a combat helicopter. You need training. You can't just. What you're saying is just
see what you are saying. You're talking about combat helicopter. You don't need combat helicopter. The terrorists are not using. See, that's the thing. The terrorists are not using combat helicopters.
Really?
Are they using it before they disrupt? Yeah, they are not using it. Why are you bothered with? You have cars. You have motorcycles. Some of the things you think you need to defend your country, you don't need that. It doesn't have to be that sophisticated.
Yeah,
we act as if we always need high tech to do everything. Most of the technology most of us have in our country right now is more than the technology most of these Western countries had in the 1940s when they went to the wars that they went to.
Okay, so how do you combat somebody who is hiding and who puts an ID somewhere where nobody knows, and then that bomb just explodes? How do you fight that? If you don't
control
use
the space, you control
technology.
the space. If you have 1 million soldiers, 1.5 million soldiers, you control the entire country. You fill the space with people. Anytime, anywhere they try to attack, anywhere they try to plant IED, will reveal their position. Don't you see that?
But Elijah, this is a world problem. So the issue here, I agree with you generally, but I guess in context speaking, ISIL is a world problem, meaning America, Europe, and many countries actually don't want this to reach there. So realistically, the Burkina Faso and Mali government and or military can actually leverage support. Again, not troops, but money to be able to purchase weapons and resources such as food, so that they can actually fight off these people. Because it's one of those things where, look, guys, if ISIL takes over the country, this is going to create a bigger problem for all the other countries. So it's one of those like world effort. This is like a COVID situation, right? Everyone is partaking. This is a pandemic. This is a pandemic of terrorism. So I agree with you generally to Niger, but if we take it into context, it's not like the Western are helping Burkina Faso. It's that the West actually has to participate in the fight against terrorism.
No, they don't. Who says they have to? Look at Eritrea. Do you see them helping Eritrea with that? Eritrea
No,
took care
but
of his
see,
business. Do you see them helping Algeria with
No,
that? Algeria took care
Eritrea.
of
No,
his
Why do you
business.
like use Eritrea as an example? Eritrea is like North Korea. Don't use
Yeah,
Eritrea
but
as an
Yeah.
example.
okay, how about
Niger.
Algeria? So who
To
cares
Niger.
whether you are Algeria? It's better you have stability. You people keep talking about them as if they are terrible people. Look at their country; they have 90-something% literacy rate, higher than most of the
Niger,
so-called
those
democratic
terrorists
nations.
are extremely powerful, more powerful than you think. They're being funded by some powers that you have no
Niger.
idea
Then you
about.
fight them
If
back.
America-
You are not
Qatar,
kids.
Saudi
Niger.
Arabia, they're funneling money into those people. Okay?
Niger,
Why
if
do you
America
keep acting
couldn't
as if
beat
the other
them,
people have four heads? You
Niger,
fight them
hang
back
on,
just
hang
as
on.
they too come into your country.
Niger, hang on. If America couldn't beat them in Afghanistan, etc., how do you expect Burkina Faso to beat these people? These people, like I said, they believe that when they die for Allah, they're going to get 72 beautiful virgins in heaven. So they're willing to die. Like
Who told you that America wanted to beat them?
No, come on.
America never had any intention to beat them. What are you
I know where
talking
you're
about?
going. I know where you're going, but still, the point is, right? These people are.
Then it means that you're making a mischievous point there, because you know full well that America is not interested in beating them.
Okay.
Somebody talked about controlled chaos a moment ago.
Okay. These people are tenacious, and they're, they keep coming back and back. They're like moles, like cockroaches. You kill one, 1,000 more come back to you. I guess what I'm trying to say is there's a war effort against terrorism right now. There's nothing wrong with accepting money from the West to buy weapons and food. Again, not having Western troops in your country, that is unacceptable. But look, we're all part of this global pandemic. Like I said, with the whole COVID situation, Africa went into so-called, especially Ghana, went into some weird rules when there's no COVID in that country, right? But the point here is, it's a world effort. So we do actually need to actually get the rest of the world to also partake in this war.
You see what you just said just now? You said you can take money from them to procure weapons, but you don't need them on the ground in your country. That I agree with. If they need to teach you something, they have Zoom. Or maybe you send 2 people. Teach you what, send the weapons down, send the money down, so that the country empowers themselves and defend themselves. We are not children. Mali was an empire once. Why do they need people coming to their country? It's like having a dog, or you train the dog to eat human flesh. That's what you are bringing foreigners to come and do in your country. You train them, you bring them in your country to have a taste of your people. Every time they are in that country, they are gathering information about your country. And this is the thing.
Okay, let me tell you something about what happened in Mali.
Let me link it to what has happened in the past. This is exactly what our forefathers did before. We let them into the continent, they come in, do whatever they like, and where did it lead us? It didn't lead anywhere good. And we are still repeating the same mistakes again. We don't need people in that country. If you look at all the countries that have broken their destiny, have reclaimed their destiny, none of them have military people in their countries. The Chinese don't have, the Russians don't have, North Koreans don't have, Indians don't have. Why is it that the African continent is like a supermarket for military bases?
Because Africans lack critical thinking. Let's be honest, to Niger. I've been in Kenya and Ethiopia for the last 2 years, on and off. And now more consistent. And like I said, Africans don't use critical thinking. Like, they just think things happen in this world. So what that means is they don't actually see that when the Kakuna is making games or plans on them. The Kakuna is out here playing the military against the government so that he can have a tighter control over, certain, deals, etc. and power. And the African is never able to see this. And it's an age-old story. We go back into so-called transatlantic slavery, Congolese slavery, etc. And the African man, unfortunately, doesn't have critical thinking enough to see.
Yeah, but I'm an African man now telling you that this is wrong. We shouldn't do it. I'm an African man. So I've learned my lesson. I'm saying we shouldn't do this again.
But this is how we are to Nigeria, and the issue is you're not going to be in power. Me, maybe in the future, but right now I'm not
exactly.
in power, so.
You might be in power, so you've learned the lesson, so you stop it. See, when you know, you have a duty to get there and stop these mistakes from happening again. How is it that we've not learned this lesson when we paid a heavy price for it? We are still trying to get ourselves back, and now we still bring people over into the continent again, and they want to come and start their fighting. Look at Ukraine; it's almost at a boiling point, and we are bringing Russians into the continent.
But you see, okay, for example, people don't know this, but the great leader in Zimbabwe, what was his name? Robert Mugabe. He actually bought some fighter jets from Czech Republic, and he had gone to Congo in order to end the war there, basically, the different types of insurgencies. What happened is Czech Republic obviously sold out to America and other states, and guess what? His fighter jets were shot down. So this is how the Kukuna operates. You go do a deal with one of them, and of course they sell off the deal to the rest of them, and your plan gets spoiled. And we need to learn from this, seriously. Otherwise,
no, this is important. This is important. What you just said is that they band together and then they basically mess us up. Okay, so
that's selling the fighter jets. You think you're going to go liberate your people in Congo, and then they tell the information off to America, Russia, and then they shoot down your fighter jet, saying it was unauthorized, it didn't go through the right channels, etc. This is how they operate.
Exactly. So basically, that's what I'm trying to tell my brother to Niger is that you're dealing with superpowers here. The only way you're gonna be able to get what you want is by getting to fight each other, and that's what the Malian have understood, and that's what they're doing right now. You think if it wasn't for Russia, you think Venezuela would still be talking right now? If it wasn't for Russia, you think Assad in Syria would still be standing? If it wasn't for Russia, you think in Central African Republic, the government there, Touadéra, you think it will still be in power? No. Those superpowers have what they're doing in our countries is amazing. It's amazing. The only way to stop them sometimes is to get basically the opposites, which is in this case is the other side. Let them fight each other. And that's what the Malians are doing right now. I'm not saying that I'm all for those military coup and stuff like that. I'm not for them. But at least I like the fact that they bring in the Russian and then they're opposing them to the traditional power, which is France.
Wow. You know what you're saying. You know what you're saying. Let some other woman's husband to come and save African men. This is infantile thinking, and I don't know. We can't keep doing this. We think we can avoid difficulties because we don't want to make the hard choices. We feel like we need other people that know how to make difficult decisions.
But what's the alternative?
If you dodge it,
alternative?
you're just going to suffer more.
What would you do if you were in Mali right now? What would you do if you were in the government? What would you do?
You start recruiting your own people. All the young men that are on the street without jobs, you start recruiting them, arm them, make them mobile, and have them spread all over the country. The country becomes a territory that no other entity can come in and operate without triggering the knowledge of the government. And the government.
Now, what you don't know is that what you just said, this has been done already, and it hasn't worked.
What do you mean it has been done? What do you mean?
They've recruited a bunch of people, and it has not worked.
Man, you see, have you seen their military size that you're talking about? They've recruited a bunch of.
I'm not just talking about the military because they can't even afford. They can't even afford to give basically to arm all those people. So they had to use what you call it. They call it self-defense forces or something like that. But that doesn't work. What you're saying, it hasn't worked. And it cannot work
you're
without
not
the help of those superpowers.
Did they have the numbers? Did they employ the numbers that they require? They never even came close.
Even if you do that, okay, that's exactly what happened in Central African Republic. That's why I like to use that country as an example. If you try to fight them, and then let's say the French are helping the other side, what's going to happen is they're going to bring some UN stupid resolution and shut you down. You can't even import any weapon. You don't make weapon in your country. What you gonna do?
Then you make your weapons and you have your people everywhere.
So you're gonna make those weapons overnight. Come on.
Let me tell you something.
This ain't no video game, man. This is real life.
Please let me talk. Because I think this type of thinking is where we fail constantly. You keep thinking that the other people have 9 heads. Every time the terrorists bring weapons into the country, you can arm yourself with their weapons too. You take it from them and you arm yourself. If you have the mindset to defend yourself, you will find a way. Don't act as if you cannot find a way to defend yourself.
No, I'm just surprised at what you're saying. You don't think Gaddafi had the weapon to defend himself? What happened? They had a UN resolution.
What do you mean, Gaddafi? Gaddafi made a critical mistake. The critical mistake he made was stepping backward. This is the problem.
Stepping backward by doing what?
The Gaddafi case you gave is a very, very good example. The moment he started trying to cooperate with this in the West and he disarmed himself, that's when he fell. See,
here's what happened against Gaddafi. They had a UN resolution saying that he cannot use his aircraft and he cannot. They had a strong UN resolution, and NATO was using that resolution to bomb Gaddafi. That's what happened, and that's what's going to happen.
He disarmed himself, just like Saddam Hussein disarmed himself. The countries that have disarmed themselves, have you seen the pattern? You disarm yourself.
What's talking about disarming himself because he was trying to build a weapon back then? I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about what happened in 2011. If it wasn't for NATO, Gaddafi would have beaten his opposition. We can all agree on that. Russia was quiet.
Oh my God! Stop jumping around. You are waffling right now.
Okay.
You use Gaddafi as an example. The reason why he failed was because he stopped defending himself. The reason why Saddam Hussein failed is because he stopped defending themselves. Iran didn't back off. They are still strong today. North Korea didn't back off. They are still strong today. All the examples is telling you that you have to defend yourself. You can't look at Eritrea on the continent. They are the only country that have not been influenced by the outside.
And how do you do that?
See, they feed their people. They feed their military. They don't give the military shoddy equipment. And I think at the end of the day, Nigeria, we have to acknowledge this. If you're going to have a military base, people of power who are going to be out there enforcing your policies, you need to make sure that they're well catered for. They have to have food, good equipment, and they have to feel protected. They have to feel that
you don't need outsiders to do that for you because
no, of course not. Of course not. I agree with you, but the issue here is the government itself failed the military, and the military unfortunately felt that, you know what, we can't trust this government. And of course, the military is not thinking in the, okay, we need to put another civil leader in charge of us. They're thinking we're in a time of war. We're fighting, an unprecedented danger, which is Islamic extremism. So that's why they kind of went forward and said, you know what, we'll take power, because they could have killed the president. They didn't. They put the president in prison because they're saying, okay, look, we do acknowledge that civil leadership is important, but right now the civil leadership is failing us. And now we are under, in America, what is it called? When the government / military takes control. Now we're under this new rule until the time and the moment is required to kind of set things straight. We saw the same thing in.
They know that they had killed the military. The democratically elected president. That would have triggered ECOWAS. ECOWAS response when you kill this thing. That's why if you look at all the leaders have overthrown this in the democratic government, they didn't kill them. Because they know if they kill them, that's one step too far. ECOWAS will respond. And we have, everything you are saying that they want to do, if it's so laudable, why don't they just do it from behind the scenes? You can get another civilian person that you trust, put them in office, and you say, this is the agenda, and this is what I need you to do, and you transition to a democratic government. Because that works well with the general stability of the continent. Not keep throwing the continent into upheaval constantly. You can't want to enforce the law by breaking the law over and over again.
But
if the police officer goes on the street saying you should oppose the law while they are busy breaking the law all over the place, that doesn't help.
But Nigeria, in that region, everyone is going on coups. So that is actually the president. Because if you look at American law or UK law, it's called I forgot the specific name. It's been a while since I studied law, but it's case law. So let's say if a judge says it's okay to marry between black and whites, that becomes precedent and that becomes the norm. So the same thing is happening over here in this region, that specific region. One country having coups as a solution to their problems triggers the other countries to do the same thing. So that becomes the precedent. So I guess the issue here to Nigeria really is that these people are doing exactly what they should have done. Entropy is disorder characterized through space and time, and this is what's happened. It's that one country has led to another country feeling that it's okay to have a coup as a solution, and that has now triggered other countries in that same region. If you notice, it's only that specific region that's having this exact problem. So
there's no reason why it's not going to happen anywhere else. See, think about it yourself.
It's not going to happen in Kenya, right? Kenya, Tanzania is not going to happen.
Yeah, keep thinking about it like that. Then you find out sooner or later. You see, what we don't understand is that these military regimes. Let me say something. Let me say something. These military regimes, what they do is that are they more likely to listen to the people than a democratically elected regime? And what do you think foreigners would prefer? A military regime that they control, especially at a time when they are trying to compete with China, because military regimes don't tend to operate with flexibility when they are under control of foreigners, or a democratic regime where the people can air their opinion and say, no, we want this thing, we want this project done, we want that done. Military regimes, you can't control them. The moment they are like kings, the moment they come into office, you don't have any say. You didn't bring them into office for one, and you don't protect their stay in office. They basically protect their stay in office with guns. Not democratic, this is elected, not by consensus, not by anything. And you think any African that sit here and think that is a good idea, then they really are not paying attention to what has happened in the last 60 years. Because
we're not saying it's a good idea. Nobody's saying it's a good idea to have a military regime, but we say it might be the less of two evil here. You know, that's all we're saying. We're not saying it's a good idea. Of course, we don't want that.
Of two evils. It's basically a bigger evil, because one, you don't control it. One, you don't have any sense of control over it at all. It doesn't owe the people any loyalty.
All right. So let me give you another example. The country of Chad, right, has had a military regime, and why not they have a military regime? But nobody talks about them because the military regime is in bed with the French. Okay, so you can have a military regime that is doing the work of the colonial power, and then you can have a military regime that is against the work of the colonial power. Which one you think we want as Africans? Which one you think we want?
Of course, you want the one that is against the work of the colonial power.
Okay, and which one you think the one in Mali and Burkina Faso?
You are missing the bigger picture. What you are missing is that you can do either without having a military regime.
In a perfect world, that's what it would be. But in Mali, in the complex situation that Mali is nearly impossible. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Watch how it ends.
There's something specific to Mali.
People will regret what they are saying today. You watch how this ends. Military regimes don't tend to end very well. And they will change their mind.
There's Ghana, there's Rwanda. I don't like Kagame, but come on, there's Rwanda.
Rwanda was through a war, and Ghana. When Ghana
Kagame wasn't part of the military. Kagame a democratic elected guy.
People keep acting as if Rawlings was like
Kagame came from Uganda, took over the country, and made it one of the most.
Kagame came in power like Museveni of Uganda. Yep. But what is Museveni doing compared to Kagame?
He converted to a civilian. This thing.
Is he a democratic leader?
See, if the country was at war, remember the reason why the war happened.
The country is at war right now. So what are you saying?
Exactly. No, the country is not at war. This is terrorism.
Islamic terrorism.
It's a war situation.
You are missing the point.
I've been displaced, man.
Where you are missing the point, and we just acknowledge that this is the mistake our forefathers have made, and we are still wanting to make more again. You are missing the point. You have to enforce a kind of order. Order is the biggest enemy of Africa. We don't have order. Nobody wants to come back to that continent. Most of us that are in the West, the reason why we are here is because there's disorder there. If you have order, you are more likely to have people return, investment come in, and the people, this in the prospects improve. If these people keep jumping into office, jump out, if just one has to be bad, and it causes a lot of problems in the region. And you can't keep making the same mistake over and over again and expect, somehow it's going to work out. It's not. It won't work out. We will see how this one goes too. This government, the way they've changed their mind already, they will say they're fighting Islamic militants. How do you think they're going to win? How do you think they're going to win that fight? He will have to recruit so many soldiers to be able to fight it. If at worst, what he could do is trigger a conflict on the ground in Mali between the West and Russia. on the continent. And look at what happened to Syria. Syria was torn to pieces because of it.
This is why East Africa is superior. Kenya, Tanzania, Rwanda, Burundi. These are countries that
this
are
superior
Rwanda
thing,
and
Dr. K. Stop
Burundi
this
were in civil
superior
wars.
BS.
Yeah. Okay, well, Kenya is superior and Tanzania.
Stop this
All these
superior
other African
language,
countries,
man.
they just can't have peace, and they always have war. It's an issue. This is why I'm a pan East African, because over here there's no war in Kenya or Tanzania. So,
Yeah, it's because they're docile. It's because
Well,
they're slow.
There was a
Uganda
time
part of
in
East
Kenya.
Africa?
What are you talking about?
Actually.
Well, Uganda
There was
is
a
not
time
part
when
of
there
East
was
Africa.
an unrest
No,
in
Uganda
Kenya.
doesn't count.
So you
Well,
choose which one count.
can I say something? Can I say something? Going back to this Burkina Faso issue, you know, I was saying in the comment section that the French, you know, I think I'm an African millennial does not agree with me when I say the French, the corporate are involved. You know, they can be held responsible for most of the things that's going on in French West Africa, because the French has set up a system of assimilation that is really, really complex. And this is not something that has just been set up now. It has been set up since these countries gained their independence.
Thank you.
If you are going to be against the French people, there's a lot of price you're going to pay. And I think this constant coup is just, to me, I see it as a way that these people are trying to get themselves out of this French colonial system. You know, that is the biggest thing that's happening in this region right now. And again, I think someone in the panel said education is one of this reason. But as I said, these French people, they know what they're doing. Sometimes I'm not even sure if these coups are not even sponsored by the French people. Because if you see the amount of coups that's happening, especially in this Sahel region, it's just like unbelievable. How are you even sure that if there's if there's a politician that is really popular and is going to come and change this country's trajectory, these French people might say, okay, this man is going to come, he's going to change the thing. Let's just make it cool and put a leader now, a military leader that's going to appoint who we want them to be. You know, that's what might be happening. And for my solution to this thing is ECOWAS. I think we should try our best to give ECOWAS so much power. Because now I don't say ECOWAS has got so much power. We should give ECOWAS total power, not just by saying, not just by speaking, but like power that people can really feel is going to affect them. Maybe militarily, economically, because that's what is going to make a change. If Mali is having all its trade with China, America, Russia, what kind of embargo ECOWAS is going to give them? It's not going to work. The French, the Chinese people can still bring their ships through their borders or to their docks and still have business with them as usual, and nothing is going to happen. I think we as Africans or West Africans, we should make ECOWAS powerful, like almost all the, like really, really powerful, a strong military that's ready to defend the continent, maybe fighting Islamic
Who's going to fund
jihadists
it?
or whatever.
Tribal African. Who will fund it? Because Africans in let's say Nigerians especially, Nigerians don't want to pay tax. They don't even want to pay tax so that they have constant power. So why would they pay tax to put a military power that will help other countries?
Look, people are going to pay money for their protection. You know, if you see how much rich people pay to protect their lives, the money is going to pop up.
Well, I understand what you're saying, Tribal African, but the main problem with ECOWAS nowadays is that there's a lot of hypocrisy going on with ECOWAS. Is that ECOWAS cannot give an example when they are themselves are not being democratic. Most of these leaders in ECOWAS are really autocratic leaders who are not even who haven't even been elected rightfully. Like it's kind of like somebody like Museveni talking about democracy. Like really, and that's what's happening. Is that you have people like the president of Togo or the president of Ivory Coast who is on his third term, even though that's illegal, or the guy in Togo. So you have those people coming and then try to give people a lesson, and people are like, okay, who are you to say? That's like You know, that's like
if you look at,
so let me just say this about ECOWAS. ECOWAS did have a strong military this thing, which is called ECOMOG, and but Nigeria was the bulk of the power of ECOMOG, and maybe that makes sense
Rightfully
now.
so.
Yeah, why? Okay.
I mean,
Maybe
no,
it
you
does,
cannot have
no, fair
200
point.
million population and be like,
Fair
oh, but we're
point.
the most. That's not fair. You have 200 million the
But
population.
no, it's not. I'm not saying it's not fair. I'm saying
Uh-huh.
that the problem now is that Nigeria is preoccupied at home trying to deal with their own problem because they too have a very relatively small amount of military compared to what they should have themselves. This problem is occurring because
so. Wait, if
black
Nigeria
nations
wasn't having that
don't
issue, you think
arm
Nigeria would be in
themselves.
Mali right now?
Oh yeah, I
Oh
can
no,
tell you that right now.
no. Then you don't.
Nigeria would
Then
be
you have
Mali?
no idea
They
about
did that
what's
with
going
Sierra
on in
Leone.
Mali.
See, what you don't
No.
understand is that they did that with Sierra Leone and they did that with Liberia.
No,
So it's
Sierra
not,
Leone
I'm not
and
saying it
Liberia
because
were two
without
different
evidence.
No. Sierra Leone and Liberia were two different issues. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. You are confusing things. What was happening in Sierra Leone back in the days and what was happening in Liberia is different from what's going on in Mali.
Statement so that we can hear him.
See, there was a military regime in Sierra Leone, and they came in and they removed the military regime. So I don't know how similar they can be. So I don't know what you mean.
Let's let African Emperor give his statement first.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I just wanted to say, to me, that military coup in Burkina Faso is going to end as it has always been in Ghana, in Nigeria, since the period of the end of colonialism. Always, it has been the same story. So there is no need now to have a military power because what we need is economic power. Military power is easily gained. You can do it. Everybody can do it. But the meaning of building a country is more economic power, building a strong economic institution. And that is what we are lacking. So that military coup, we have been doing it always in Ghana, in Nigeria, everywhere.
No. Kenya doesn't have it, by the way. So not everywhere. We have to be very careful not to generalize Africa. Some countries in Africa are okay.
We're not generalizing
perhaps. But even, for example, Ghana, the person who gained independence for us, at some time, he was using military, actually, one government. That is not needed. All that it brings is nepotism and favoritism, because you need, to be able to remain in power with your military group, you need loyalties. Not people who are qualified to do jobs in the country, but only people who will be loyal to you. And people who are loyal do not necessarily have the intelligence or the ability to move a country forward. So yeah, that was my contribution.
Can I add something? Can I add something to this?
Yeah.
So Trouble African said something very, very interesting, and the other guy also said something interesting. There's only one solution to military coup, especially in West Africa. There's only one solution. The solution is that those small countries, I call them micro states, they need to downgrade what you call it. They need to downgrade the sense of nationalism, which means that, like, the defense, when it comes to, we need to have a common defense, meaning that if we have a common defense and some things that that are being managed as a community as a whole, it's going to be harder for big powers to come and do a lot of the things a lot of the nonsense that they're doing. That's the one thing. Second thing, we need checks and balance. As long as people don't feel like there's like some type of checks into whatever who is in power, whatever they're doing, we always gonna have the same situation. Because that guy in Burkina Faso, people are dying in northern Burkina Faso, and what the guy was doing, he was preparing for his daughter's wedding. Like, are you serious? The guy was preparing for his daughter's wedding because he's sure, okay, I've been elected, now I can sit down, because everybody's gonna be like, if there's a military coup, people are going to be like, oh, I should stay in power and stuff like that. So we need to have checks and balance, and we need to have some type of common defense going on. Whereas, we have like just one common military. If you have one common military, there's no way you're gonna have those military coup again. That's the one thing. So those are the two things. Checks and balance.
Yeah, but the problem is military need to be well centralized. If it is not centralized, it's always going to be a problem. And that is what they are doing now. Concentrated in only one group, only one region, and you have the power easily. But the consequence will be dramatic for every citizen, actually, because no one is going to be able to speak against their rules and the authority. There is no democracy, actually, under military regime. So I don't know why people are really happy when there is a military ruling with an iron fist. It is never going to end well.
Okay.
Well,
Wait,
most of
one
those
second.
civilians hasn't ended well as well. So
All right. So again, guys, the PayPal link is in the comment section. You are free to donate. We have Dr. R, so he can go ahead, and we also have somebody in the back chat. YEAAD. Do you mind just writing who you are in the comment section? I don't usually like to add people unless I know who they are because I don't want to deal with trolls today. So write who you are, and then I'll let you in. But Dr. R, you can go ahead.
Greetings, everybody.
How are you?
Good. I hope everyone's doing fine tonight. I just want to give my thoughts on the situation in Burkina Faso.
Mhm.
I'm going to be real about it. Nothing's going to change. They've overthrew this leader. This military coup that's happened in Mali. Right now, they're having tea and biscuits in the palace, and everything's going to go back to normal. And that's Africa for you. And business is going to be as usual. And that's the truth. That's all Dr. R got to say.
Yeah, absolutely. Because the problem with this military regime is, at first, they are for everybody. Everybody, just like, for example, Mao Zedong of China, when he was coming to power, we are communism, we are together, we are this. After when they are in power, then nobody needs to say anything against them. It is only their power and their rules and their commands. So first we are together to fight and remove the current regime, and after we gain the power, they turn to the tyranny. Actually, George Orwell, the Animal Farm. Actually, always it repeats itself. History doesn't repeat itself. We repeat history as human beings. It's true what the guy said.
Okay, guys, thanks for being here. Today I would like to stay on topic. Normally, I don't really care so much, but today the topic's about Burkina Faso and West Africa. So if you have nothing to add to that, you can kindly drop off. WEAAD, did you have anything to add to the conversation? Thanks for calling in. You're muted.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, yeah. Greetings everyone. Happy New Year. Happy 2022. I think with the coup d'etats, France is losing its grip. Yes, it sounds like having the Russians come in, it sounds like, what Tu Niger had said, like, removing one master and replacing it with another. However, Russia has been a formidable ally of the decolonization agenda in the 20th century, which, helped a lot of African countries, kick out their colonial masters. So we have to put that into context. And clearly, we also need to see what Russia has done in actually developing the military capacity of several other countries by, being the ones who built their steel industry, to even giving them nuclear technology, i.e. China, India, and North Korea and so on and so forth. With the Burkina Faso issue and ECOWAS, Nigeria, as it is right now, is bedeviled with 2023 elections, which practically is this year, because all the campaigns will be done this year. Nigeria and ECOWAS headquarters is in Abuja, Nigeria. ECOWAS will act by possibly doing the sanctions, and that will be about it. But things will still carry on as normal. It will just be officially, oh, we have sanctioned Burkina Faso, but trade will continue and things like that. It's the same thing that happened with Mali, right? But military intervention right now, Nigeria, it's not going to happen. Nigeria is bedeviled also with spread of Islamization agendas and things of that nature, with Boko Haram, bandits, terrorists, and kidnapper terrorists, Fulani herdsmen, militia terrorists. So, military-wise, Nigeria is not going to intervene. It's less. It's like there's too much politics, and we're already dealing with so much of insecurity issues that we wouldn't be able to intervene, possibly till like 2024. Now, anybody who is thinking that it's a different context of Nigeria's intervention, that it's different from Liberia, Sierra Leone. Well, Nigeria also intervened in Congo, intervened in Angola as well. So there is there's no different context. If it's a coup d'etat and it's a military era and the people are like, oh, this thing is getting out of hand, and he called on Nigeria based on to intervene. Nigeria can intervene easily and get things into under control. The issue is the Nigerian military for the last 10 years has been dealing with insurgency, which is a different type of devil, in the sense that if it was military warfare where it's just normal combat, a country invades, we go and invade, we protect our territorial sovereignty, that's fine. But when it's an insurgency, that has to do with kinetic as well as state of mind. It has to do with kinetic warfare as well as non-kinetic warfare, which is really propaganda. So you're having people who are saying, oh, we can blow ourselves up and we get 77 virgins in heaven. There is a difference with those people and soldiers who are saying, hey, I just want to finish this war and go back to my family. So you see, these are two different human beings. So, there's kinetic and non-kinetic warfare that you have to put that into context when you're doing these, when you're looking at all these variables in West Africa. And yet in East Africa, there's several issues happening in East Africa. So anyone talking about East African supremacy should just shut that whole idea
Actually,
out.
no, there's no problems in Kenya, Tanzania,
And
Syria.
Central Africa.
That's a fact. There's no coup in Kenya. There's never been. Well, hang on, brother. There's never been a coup. Hang on, brother. Hang on. There's never been a coup in Kenya or Tanzania.
Why? Because Kenya is like the resort land of the British royal family. So please allow that whole conversation.
Well, but let's be fair. Let's give Kenya. Let the
brother. There hasn't been a coup in Nigeria either.
Let's give Kenya the credit for that.
Let's give us a credit. Listen, we cannot put Kenya in the same shithole as all these countries in the Sahel.
I'm just trying to let you know, like, Kenya is like a resort land for like the British royal family. So you can't really call any other country a shithole if you're just like seen as a resort for
I can, because there's no coup here.
And you're still having Islamization issues. You're still having killings happening.
No, really. West Africa's got an Islamist problem. Can I say something? Why does West Africa have this problem?
You can't really talk about supremacy of any kind when you're trying to downplay other regions and upplay yourself, whereas, to be honest, you're not even in a position to be doing that. to start with.
Brother,
So
I live in Kenya right now. We have 24-hour electricity. We have good Wi-Fi. We have all the
you have
amenities.
it
People
not
get
even
paid
matter. You don't have
You see,
nuclear
brother, you have to
power.
let
So
someone
Do you
finish.
understand?
let's not
Whatever
make this,
electricity
Dr.
you
K,
have,
brother,
let's not make
please.
this argument.
Kenya is
Brother,
like
you
a
have to let
state
someone
in
finish.
Nigeria.
You
Your whole
always like to bring
population,
that
your
argument and
country
you're
is like
saying
one
Kenya was
brother, we have
state.
to learn
Africa. Let's
to
not make that
Those
argument
are
that
the
way.
listen,
facts.
Let's
brother.
keep it.
I
We
think
have
you
to let someone,
interrupted me. So you say talking over
brother.
me and saying
Listen,
brother, it's not
you
even
need to
an
let someone finish
argument.
the point.
But you
You
should
can't
stop
talk
this
over
your
them.
idea that
That is
Kenya is better. You should
that's
stop
uncouth
that.
behavior.
That does
Exactly.
not.
You need
Stop
to
That
it,
is
brother.
not.
stop
This
that,
always
and
been your point
it's
of talking. Oh,
appalling
Kenya is better.
that
It's
you would
Africa.
say
All right.
that.
So
We can't
before
get to that.
continue, who was
So
who was
Listen,
speaking?
I am gonna have to I'm gonna have to finish my submission, and please don't talk over me. That's very rude. You shouldn't be doing that from Kenya, since you're the most civilized black people on planet Earth.
actually, you talked over me,
You
but
should.
go on, finish your point.
No, I was actually doing my submission, and you started
Yeah.
to talk.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Failure.
So, yeah. So I think you this whole Kenyan supremacy, East African supremacy, Somali supremacy, South African supremacy, BS needs to stop. We're dealing with real-time issues here, and we need to start figuring out what it is we're going to do to stop this. If this is a situation where we're trying to get France out of the African continent, especially West Africa, well, we need to get to the bottom of it. But it's not a scenario where people from other regions that are not even on the African continent will start talking about supremacy, Kenyan supremacy.
I'm actually in Kenya, brother.
Somali
I actually live on the continent.
Somali supremacy, South African supremacy, because even on Clubhouse, I started noticing the same type of childish points, which is
It's
not
Western
even relevant
indoctrination.
to anyone.
That's what it's going
With
to
that,
be.
I yield
Brother,
my
you, can I ask you a question? Have you been on Nairoland? Have you heard of Nigerian supremacy on Nairoland? You should talk about that.
Yeah. Also, brother, I'm very much on the ground. I live on the ground in Africa, actually. And yes, we are superior because we don't have.
I'm not even talking.
Man, stop.
Hello.
You should start bringing that superior thing here.
Hello, can we skip the superiority talk and let's stick to the
I'm a
topic?
Bantu supremacist. I can start talking shit as well. So
guys, let's not fall for
that.
his
Let's
trolling.
stick to the topic.
He's trolling right now. Let's not fall for that. He knows what we all know that every country in Africa has issues. He's just trolling right now.
No,
So don't
actually,
fall
there's
for
no
that.
issues in Kenya. There's none. Zero issues.
Yeah, that's why
you've got an issue with Al Shabaab, bro. You got an issue with Al Shabaab. If you don't know.
Recently,
Can I say
You've
something?
got an issue with Al Shabaab
Wait,
in
there was
Kenya.
just
Believe it or not.
there was just a big fight in election between
So let's not
Uhuru
make this
and
argument
Odinga. Come on, man.
I think like people like this that want to do supremacy of Kenya, Somali, or Southern Africa.
Can we not talk about that? That's not the topic today.
Yeah, let's move on
Yeah,
from this.
can someone answer my question? Why does West Africa got a jihadist problem? A fucking jihadist problem? Can someone answer my question?
Yep. Why is it that West Africa is the only part of Africa that has all these crazy jihadist problems? Yeah. So
have you guys heard of Mozambique? Have you guys heard of Mozambique?
Let me
what's
say
what's going on in Mozambique right now? Come on, guys, stop with that.
The part of West
issue
Africa
is worldwide.
that has got jihadist problem is the majority Muslim countries. Look at Sahel; it's more Islam, so it's an Islamic problem. It's not a jihadist problem.
No, it's not just an Islamic problem. It's a social issue.
Erase Islam from Africa.
Can I answer that question? Can I answer that question?
West Africa, and we make it say, let's get all that. Let's take Islam out of West Africa. We can bring that argument because I can say, wait, look at the Sahel region.
Well, let's take Christianity out of
like
Africa
60 and 70.
It doesn't make any
Muslim.
sense to bring Islam out of Africa. What do you mean
So
bring Islam out of Africa?
So don't ask the question like, why is it those people have got Islamic problem? Don't bring that question because there's so many arguments for that. We have a problem at hand now.
Can I answer that question? Can I answer that question? I don't know if it's an Islamic issue. There's an element of that, but then you look at Somalia, that's not but Somalia is kind of to an extent more homogeneous than other regions as well, than other Muslim nations. And then you have to look at the issue where there was a separatist movement around that region, right? and the crisis in Libya caused all these situations to happen, and then it just spilled over. Now there's weapons all over the place, and I think one guy said it, the French like organized chaos as well, or I don't know, something about chaos as well. He said that, and then the French are kind of benefiting from this situation, from this instability, from this chaos. They are thriving from it, and they are continuing to perpetuate it as well. And as to Niger's concern as well, the more the region is more at peace and stabilizes, then you have these, they start to develop. And this is not what they want. So they will prefer for Africa to remain a resource colony while they keep extracting. So this chaos is good for them.
Yeah.
But it began with Libya, with the situation in Libya, and
you made
then
a good point.
And they just called it terrorism.
You made a great point. But to the point that brother Yaid, never compare Burkina Faso to Kenya. Okay, don't do it. We're not in the same.
Let's let go of that. Let's continue with the topic, Keizo.
Yeah, we know.
I don't know why you like
to hear that. I am telling you that whatever it is you think Kenya is just like, I mean, it's just like a resort for the royal.
Doctor, Kenya says flour to survive, bro. What are you talking about?
When real conversations is being had.
Brother, you're basically showing your ignorance, right? $830 US.
All right, wait, one second.
You want to play that game? I'm following you with that.
Kenya says flour to survive.
Guys, let's just stop that. Let's just focus on the issue.
Yeah.
Terrorism. Be petty. We can all be petty. But anyways, let's now focus on let real men talk. You shouldn't be speaking about your Kenyan supremacy, please.
Kenya just says flowers to survive.
He's the one who brought up Kenya. That's the funny thing. No one actually. I did not bring up Kenya in the
You
panel.
always bring superior. Kenyans are better.
On the chat. On the chat. Not on the panel.
African, thank you so much.
Always your topic.
I thought I was
Kenyans
back
are
when I was
better.
listening to polymath, and so now back to what we're talking about. Right now, there's some mining rights that France may lose in West Africa if the juntas actually, evict them. With Mali is already trying to get them out. They've started withdrawing. And, recently, the Dutch sent a contingency under the European led by France type of, special forces. And they actually told them to leave the country, that they had no, they were not giving an invite. And so that weakens France furthermore. And Niger, the main base for French troops in Niger Republic has already said it's not going to accept any increase of foreign troops in their country. So this means that whatever France is doing, it's weakening at this point. But we don't know how that behind the scenes, politics is being played. Are these new, coup d'etats are a response to France not allowing the ECOWAS single currency, and now they want to use true military might to throw them out of the region? Because, I don't know who it was. I think it was Sir Will or Tribal Africa on Dart Raven who said majority of these countries are in the Sahel, and it happens to be francophone countries. So it's interesting times, and I think it will unravel this year. Perhaps we'll get to start seeing what exactly is going on. Is it a way of these countries to gain back their sovereignty and kick out France and not pay the colonial tax, and further strengthen West Africa? And then we can now talk about sovereignty and doing more business with each other in West Africa. As you're all aware, last year, 1st of January 2021, the African Continental Free Trade Agreement area became effective. It became active. And then, on the 7th of September, I'm going to give Polyman this one. President Uhuru Kenyatta chaired the first ever African Union and Caribbean countries CARICOM summit. It had to be virtual because of COVID-19 concerns, and it was a backdrop to his own father, also being a Pan-Africanist in the 50s and 60s, who really was looking forward to more better ties with Caribbean countries. So there are some power moves being made by our leaders. And if you also are aware, on the 13th of January 2022, this month, the payment and settlement system of Africa by the African Union and the African Import-Export Bank went live. So that means that now you can use local currencies to actually transfer and pay each other. That institution, the African Import-Export Bank, was established in Nigeria, Abuja, but the headquarters is in Egypt. And currently, right now, the president is actually in Nigeria. So there's some power moves being made behind the scenes that we might not know, that might not be privy to public, knowledge, but we'll see how things go.
Hello. Wait, 1 second, 1 second.
Sorry.
Guardian, did you have anything to add to the topic?
Yes. So, my opinions on the Burkina Faso coup. I know coups aren't. That's not the best plan of action, but if the people support it, then I agree with it. And the good thing about it is that the president in power, he wasn't killed. So the reason why I feel, a little more, this one's a little more permissible because there wasn't much violence. People didn't die and everything. If they were upset with the leader that was in power, he was in power for 25 years. If the people genuinely felt that he wasn't doing what was needed to be done to help the situation, then they just did what they did. We want to hold people accountable. I know it's not good for stability, but you want to hold people accountable, and that's what they decide to do, to hold their leader accountable. They said, all right, get him out of it. They gave the support to the military. If it was a situation where the military was at odds with the people, then that would be one thing. But it seems like from the news that I've heard so far, it seems like they all agree with it. So I can't really be upset with it since they agree with it themselves. So that's what I have to add on that.
Thank you. And lastly, Darth, did you have anything to add to the topic?
Yes, I've got something to say, and thank you, Guardian, for saying that. I think that's Edward or something. But anyways, welcome back.
Yeah,
Edward,
I think so
that's
too.
you. If that
Oh
was
yeah,
you.
it's me. These are my initials. Thank you very much for having me.
Okay.
Happy
Oh,
New Year.
long time.
Long time, yeah. Happy New Year to you guys.
Yeah. All right. I think what Guardian said, yes. With these things, I had already conversation with Tunaja, and I was on the other side, just like Sir Will, and we spoke extensively about the entire situation. But and it reminds me of a conversation that I had here on this panel between benevolent dictatorship and trying to look democratic as well. Because if you're in if you try to force benevolent dictatorship, you will have the West against you. If you try to fiend democracy and try to act as them, it may be the way that's more acceptable, but really and truly, there's still a challenge you're going to face there in terms of achieving true democracy, if there's such a thing at all. But in this situation, it's very, very, very complex, in which I support some of them, but then some of them I don't support. So how do you get to know which is the right coup? The people may be happy, but one could say the French have been one step ahead of ECOWAS, and they're trying to bring in the new guard, getting rid of the old guard and the new guard to kind of destabilize any kind of progress happening, any type of cohesion happening between the leaders as well, if there is. But at the same time, you could say, do we really want to empower a body that still has a little bit of holes in it? You know what I mean? Like ECOWAS, you want to empower them at being the way they are, but they're not perfect. As I just say, they're not perfect. Maybe they will become more fine-tuned. Should we empower them as well? Should the people who support the coup in Burkina Faso, is that a French-backed coup, or is it because it's easy for the French to just replace the guy and say, you know what, you're getting really unpopular in your country, so we really we know that something is gonna go. So we want to remove you before you get removed by force. So we want to put our guy there. So this is complex. The only coup that I see, the one in Mali, I think is a bit more real. But Guinea-Conakry and Burkina Faso, I'm not sure. But then, you know, you can't choose between that. And that's the problem there. You don't know who's behind who.
Exactly. You know, you don't know which one, you know, it's like a bucket of snakes. You stick your hand in there, you don't know which one is the poisonous one and which one is not. And the best thing to do is not to stick your hand in there in the first place.
Yeah.
And you
But
remember, invading armies are often welcomed when they come in first as liberators. In the end, they end up becoming unpopular.
Is it that difficult when the so-called army says we took over because we were underfunded, underfood, and then France goes and kind of starts putting on their troops and help? Obviously, it's a French-backed coup. That's, you know, that this is part of the critical thinking. It's obvious it's a French-backed coup. You know.
It's okay. See, this is exactly the point. Look at in the last couple of years, and you know, even before this, during the time of the George Floyd this thing, and the year of return, and there is this idea of the awakening, and the African continent was looking upwards, trying to sort themselves out, and you know, some of the fastest growing economies in the world were in Africa, and boom, the COVID-19 stuff hit, and then after that, let me finish my Happy New Year, Happy New Year. So the COVID-19 stuff hit, and they got themselves $20 trillion in their pocket. And look at how many African countries, black countries, have lost leadership in the last 2 years alone. They are accelerating their control, their grip on the continent. That is what is going on here.
About.
And we have to start taking responsibility. We can't keep allowing foreigners to come into the continent and doing all these things. And the worst of it all is that we have the people and we don't use them.
Yeah, but
any of our leaders that don't use their people, any excuse people give, oh, they don't have the weapons. No. All you have
it's important too, Nigeria.
When you keep talking about weapons, the terrorists have weapons. You can give them machete if it comes to the worst.
Terrorists have been sponsored, but those people have got big sponsors.
You can get machetes, can't you? You can get machete.
What are you going to fight with machete? What are you going to fight with machete? Someone comes with AK-47, you come with the machete. What are you talking about?
Okay, if you come with AK-47, but you have the numbers.
Yeah.
By the time they take out one or two, they won't succeed. Right. And you're not going to have only machete, by the way. You're going to have guns.
But to Niger, there's something very bad happening in Africa. Like you mentioned, good thing you mentioned about the pandemic, right? Like Jordan Peterson said the exact same thing about the West. Now imagine how stark the difference is in Africa. We did not experience a significant, and by significant I mean even, you know, as if it's a real problem at all, issue with this virus. But we all, and I say we all, apart from Tanzania in the beginning, when the great His Highness Magufuli, the Emperor of Africa, was alive, we responded to a problem with an unmet need because we're following the West. The issue is this, right? Our politicians and our leaders have been hijacked. That the pandemic proves this because, like I said, in Kenya, there's only been about 4,000 deaths from pandemic, right? Since 2 years. Do you know how many deaths there were from flu? There were over 60,000. Same thing with Ethiopia. And Nigeria is worse. There was 180,000 deaths from the flu, and then only about 3,000 from the pandemic. Now maybe 4. The issue is we do not respond based to reality. We simply follow the kakuna. And unless we overcome this problem, we're always just going to be out here thinking we're freeing ourselves, but we're just going inside his hands.
But that is the issue. If you look at the African leaders, they are beginning to respond that way.
Can I say something before you go? I need to respond to somebody in the audience. It's the same Bebe Rodriguez from years ago on what's it called? On Bijou Noir channel. I can guarantee you that if you're thinking about, oh, West Africa is 700 years backwards because of some treacherous things or whatever you believe in, you shouldn't be on African, channels.
I think African millennium is so linear with the comedy. I think a lot of people just need to block them and just send them away.
Yeah,
there's all this bullshit,
it's not even up to date. In the GDP, Kenya is not even in the top 25 of the 25 in GDP per capita in Africa anyway. So I don't even know.
No. Let's leave Kenya alone. Kenya is
sorry, brother.
We shouldn't
brother,
be
you
having
have
a
to provide the
conversation about saying
evidence
you're
for
just
that.
going to make polymath start
Yeah.
rallying up and chatting crap
Actually,
again.
Kenya is in the
Let's
top
move forward
25.
to real discussion.
Yes,
That's a
you
simple
put the
factual
king away.
statement.
He's not going to
please.
stop. He's not going to stop.
See,
Forget about
as I
polymath
was
with all
saying,
this
the African
finished
leaders are
conversation.
beginning to react the way we expected them to react. If you look at the South African president, he was very, very crossed that the way they were treating Africa in terms of our ability to manufacture the vaccines ourselves. Now, African leaders are taking control over that. What I see happening is that the African leaders were getting their act together. They were beginning to do the right things. They talk about the common trade and all kinds of things they have been doing, inventive things that they are coming up with, and these people now are trying to basically scuttle everything. That's what they are doing. They are trying to consolidate their control over the continent, and if possible, trigger these uprisings and conflicts. And if they get away with it, if we
Bebe
keep
is still
supporting
doing my head
military
in. I'm
regimes,
gonna leave this place for you guys. I just came back. All this nonsense she's doing in this comment section.
You have
is
to
doing my
stop
head
paying
in.
attention to the comment section, Edward.
Yeah,
Otherwise, you
descendants of
cannot
my
read it.
ancestors' crimes. Are you crazy? Do you know whether it was your ancestors that sold as well? What was all these conversations of?
don't leave him. Why are you talking
Oh
about
my!
those people? They are just people that just like to cause
The
arguments.
trolls, the trolls.
African Millennium is saying we love Bebe. I don't know what. I've known
Kenya is
this.
number 14 on GDP.
I
By the
have
way.
known
You are
this.
giving
This is why I think Africans are
about
stupid.
something more
To
reasonable.
Niger,
Don't worry about him.
I've known this for years, and you're still on the same axis. I left, all this chat for like 2 years, and I'm just for the first time just coming into this conversation after 2 years. And Bebe R. Rodriguez, you're still playing the same tune. You're like a broken record, chatting the same crap for the last 2 years. God damn it.
Leave it. Just
You
it
need
doesn't
any?
even matter. The
Are
point.
you
How
gonna
does that
have
fix
progress
Africa
in
right
your
now?
life?
How does that fix Africa right now? We are talking about
Just forget
Yeah,
about
but like
people like
it's
that.
crazy.
Sometimes people have
For 2
issues going
years,
on
I
in their
left
own
this whole
personal life
conversation.
and
I
they
come
can't
back,
handle it.
and the
So
person is still doing the same thing.
See, point is we are being sabotaged right now, and there is a movement to regain control of the continent. You are busy talking about Rodriguez.
one
We
Rodriguez,
we
that
have to
look
keep
that
our
that
eyes
does not even
on
have
what
an African
matters.
name. It looks like
Exactly.
an
You have to keep on your
what's
eyes on what
Rodriguez.
matters, and this is what K was saying something about how we lack critical thinking. You have to keep your eye. How can you not focus? I'm telling
Someone's
you
name
that
is
our
Rodriguez.
people
It's
are
clear
being
that it's not
undermined.
African.
They are
So
about to
let's
take
move
over
on.
your country. You are worrying about somebody that is on the chart. Why are you
With a
worrying about
foreign
somebody?
name.
You deserve what you get if that kind of stuff, shiny object can distract you. Our people I'm telling you that the continent is being sabotaged right now using military takeovers and assassination of presidents or coups and all kinds of problems. Look at Nigeria. Nigeria has been dealing with all these problems for ages, and at the heart of it is people like us not demanding change. How can you keep asking leaders to do everything when you have the opportunity and you're talking about Rodriguez? You should be focusing on saying
Rodriguez, I
we
think, was
should be
that
talking
Hispanic
about
or
our
what?
leaders. We should be asking our
Wait,
leaders to recruit more people to defend our
I have
continent.
left you guys with Rodriguez for 2 years, and you guys haven't sorted her out.
You cannot sort him.
To him.
That's
That is irrelevant. He's
Rodriguez
not
is not
African.
a member
I don't
of
know what he
parliament.
thinks he are, so we can say
Well,
what he wants to
anyways,
say.
like move ahead. Let's talk about
Yeah.
what's going on. Let me
How
hear
do you
what
stop the French? Okay, let me ask this question. How do you stop the foreigners now from
Simple.
this agenda of taking over the continent again?
Okay, first, Niger, the French countries that had to sign the deals with French,
What
which
do you
were
mean you
not
are
in their
asking to
benefit.
Niger or?
Wait, hang on, let me finish my point, brother. The French countries need to simply rename themselves and basically become a new country. That's how they can escape this issue with the French first rights of refusal and all the deals that they had. When South Sudan became its own independent country, they had a fresh new slate. So the French countries, basically, if they want to have a fresh, clean start, just rename themselves. Have a new constitution, even if it's just changing a few words, and become a new country that is no longer attached to France. That's the first step.
But Dr. K, how is that even possible with the
France? I don't think that will disengage you from France just because you rename the name of your country.
No, because you see, for example, when you're a new country or a new organization, you're a new company, according to the international law, if you're no longer the same country, you can no longer be basically held to the same standards of the previous country. So what happens is, for example, Mali takes over Burkina Faso. Again, all in just a game, a plan. Then Burkina Faso becomes a new entity. Then Mali gives Burkina Faso back, but under a new name and a new constitution.
Well,
and
but
a new-
Burkina
That is all
Faso
of
was
that.
first called Upper Volta. Thomas Sankara changed it to Burkina Faso, so they need to
Yeah,
change it again.
now you're arguing that Mali should take over Burkina Faso, then hand Burkina Faso back to the people. What you are failing to see there is that what if Mali was a compromised state and you've just given them more power over another African country again?
No, what I mean
Then-
as in it should be coordinated. So the French country should come together, coordinate this attack. Again, look at the legal rights. Get a really good lawyer. Look at how, for example, South Sudan has zero debts, has zero attachment to any of the pre-colonial stuff because they became a new country. You can actually basically let go of your old ways when you're a new entity. So that the West African countries, not just West, even East Africa, and like places like Mayotte. Although I don't think Mayotte wants to let go of France because they're benefiting.
But nobody will allow any other country to just swap their identity.
They
can't
can.
swap the. You see,
It's
like
legal.
if you have to fully take over. Like another company now has to fully take over, acquire another company.
You have to
then
trust each other.
it's gonna be good. But the trust is not there. One, this thing you have to annex another country. To do that, you have to cross a lot of international hurdles, and they will not let you do that. So if you want to do it directly, you have to come out openly and challenge the powers. All the people that have done it, you can't go sideways. Every time we do our things, we are thinking that it's going to be easy, and we suffer every day for nothing. You have to challenge people face to face, head on, and recruit your people to defend themselves.
But to Niger, you could say that the coup in Mali is kind of like them facing it face to face, and there's no way to go about it because ECOWAS, to a certain extent, some could say it's compromised.
Yeah.
So,
Mali is compromised by Russia itself. What Mali has done, they just swapped one other.
To Niger. Wait 1 second. With Mali's own, that had something he said, right? With Mali's own, is because ECOWAS in the last 10, 20 years, Nigeria, after it came out from its military dictatorship and became democratic, dispensation, Nigeria was like, oh, we will promote democracy. And, remember too, Nigeria, there was some worries about early coups during the first 4 years after, democracy was introduced in 1999. That former President Obasanjo had to retire all the senior military generals at the time. So I think from there, Nigeria was kind of with ECOWAS, it was like, oh, we're going to promote democracy in West Africa and things like that. It was kind of trying to strengthen its own democracy, and ECOWAS was there to say, okay, look at all these things that you can sign on to, and then because ECOWAS is in Abuja, and that will show the world that you're heading towards the democratic path. And don't forget, there was the debt relief. President Obasanjo was flying left, right, and center asking for debt relief at the same time. So you have to put all of that into context. Now, the problem with now in the 21st century, the problem now in the 2020s and 2020s is this. A lot of things ECOWAS is trying to do, single currency, is being sabotaged by France. Now, and then there's all this insurgency. Now, the coup d'etats that are happening, if they are declaring that they're absolutely, completely against, say, the CFA, and it is against French dominion and mining rights in their countries, right? We wouldn't be having, a lot of us wouldn't be having this major discussions. And they say, oh, this is for this specific period of time, and then we're having our transition government, and we will not get into power. We'll be handing over to a pure civilian government, but we will remain in the military to make sure they carry on the mandate. Listen to Nigeria.
Our countries are overthrown. You see how easily our countries are overthrown.
Listen.
The states are not strong themselves.
Listen to Nigeria. I'm about to learn to that. So they will remain in the military and make sure that the civilian dispensation carries out the entire processes, right? That would make sense. However, like what Nigeria has just said is, it's kind of like we're not trying to go, like what we're seeing is there's no head on, like this is what we're doing. We do not want this. We are tired of this. And we actually want to make this clear to the world that this is, instead, it's kind of like beating around the bush. And so now everybody is confused. Are these people sellouts or are they actual freedom fighters? You know, that type of the situationship is going on as well.
But I think they are sellouts. Doing that.
In the process of 2022, we would start getting to have a better picture of what is actually transpiring, because you can't name them sellouts because they did coup or
actually
puppet,
you can
or, no, to Niger, they did coups because why? They had leaders who were puppets who were clinging on to power.
They have other ways of doing it instead of coups. They have other ways that are available to
they
them.
will never, not in a dictatorship. This is civilian dictatorships we're talking about,
and they are a dictatorship today. See, power is all that matters. If you have power,
so you cannot go to the ballot box when you're having a civilian dictatorship now. So Nigeria,
they just took over the see. You can't eat your cake and have it. They just took over the civilian dictatorship. In other words, they have power. They can decide the shape of whatever they want to do. They can say, okay, put a civilian in office and administer the country until there's a transition government, and we are going to make sure the agenda of this country. If you are not a traitor to the country, the agenda of this country is to become as strong as possible, to become as stable as possible, like every other country in the world.
To Niger,
what are they doing? Instead, they're coming here to act as if they are like some kind of saviors.
To Niger, once you have a dictatorship, right, you cannot, as the military, right, come and do a coup d'etat and then tell the person, or and tell the civilian dictator, don't forget they have been there for years. They have roots. They have roots in that system, and tell them, okay, we have done a coup d'etat now, but you know what? We want you to transition because we don't want to have control. It won't work that way. You have to.
Or you remove them and replace them with somebody you trust.
Yeah.
You have to arrest everybody.
Tunaja, hang on. City of Truth. Hang on. City of Truth. Can you please give your opening statement? You pan ADOSism.
Oh yeah. There's a lot of interesting things about this. It seems to me like it seems to me like France and stuff, was involved. They tried to supply their military and at one point in the past, and the citizens stopped it. This militant Islamism, and let me ask anyone who's knowledgeable, is Burkina Faso, is it like a majority Muslim country, or is it majority Christian?
Definitely not majority.
Yeah, it's majority Muslim country. Yeah.
Are you sure? Tribal African?
60%.
Yeah,
Muslim.
it's majority Muslim.
60% Muslim.
My question is, you're having a lot of Islamism in West Africa, countries like Nigeria and now Burkina Faso, and I just want to know: are the Muslims there? Are they trying to take power? Are they trying to be in power?
No.
Is that why, or are there other, or do they feel that the governments there are
60% Muslim,
right? And that's why they're doing this, or like what's really the motivation for all the Islamism?
Are you asking us, or you have?
They are just destabilizing agents.
Yes,
they are there to destabilize this in the continent and give pretext for foreign entities to come in. I've heard the UK the current UK Prime Minister and the previous Defense Minister talking about how they want to invade Africa, and one of the ways to do it is to pretend as if they are coming to offer aid and assistance.
Nigeria, they already did it. The EU.
No, but that's my point. They actually did it, and that is the thing. When they are saying it, and before the information came out, they've already done it.
But Tunaja,
they are telling us what they are doing, and we can't even figure it out, and we still start giving all the leaders benefit of the doubt.
In this operation Takuba, most of the EU, Lithuania, Estonia, France, all of it, it's like they're using it as a battleground or a training ground as well.
Our people should never be inviting them, and this is the problem. Our leaders keep inviting them to the continent.
it's the previous Malian government that invited them. The military junta is decrying.
This one invited Russians.
The military junta is
Yes,
decrying
that's
for them to
exactly
get
what
out of the
happened, isn't
country,
it?
and they refuse. They refuse
The Russians,
because of the previous government. What they
to Nigeria,
signed.
when it comes to the Russians, the Russians do not have a bad history on the
How do you
continent.
know, bro?
It is
Have you seen
predominantly
Afghanistan?
no. I mean on the African continent
You
per
don't
se.
know. You don't
It
know,
doesn't
bro. You
really.
don't know their
It
intention.
doesn't. Wait, listen. Russia does not have a very bad history on the African
Yeah,
continent.
I
We
disagree
can
with
all
that.
agree on that.
See, there's
Now,
only one
we
country
can
they
all
have.
agree on that. One, Russia has not
No, we don't
colonized
agree on
any
that.
We
country.
don't know. We don't know. They've never been tested. How do
We
you
don't
know?
agree on that.
Cyber
And
I tell you
we
what.
can give an
African,
example like Central African Republic at the
Cyber
moment.
African, right? The only
Central African
places you
Republic at the
can talk
moment is
about
it's a little bit more
Russia is
stabilized because of the Russian expertise. Niger, it's expertise, not necessarily men on the floor. And the Europeans are actually bringing soldiers down to the ground. The Malians got Russian expertise, and they're not 1,000, they're about 400, 300 type people. I understand what you say.
They are 300, 400 now, but they signed up for 1,000. There's a reason why people said 1,000 in the first place. And you don't even need 400 people. You need just 12 or 5 people to instruct a whole army. It's just knowledge transfer that you are doing and send the weapons over. You don't need to have 400 people on the ground.
That's not really true. When it comes to military issues, right? You actually need, and you're bringing in your own military equipment, right? You actually need a high number because they will have to man some of those equipment, and the troops will actually have to. When you're talking about transfer of technology, it's not something that will happen in a year or 2 years or 3 years or even 5 years. So they will actually have to learn on the job based on the actual
you really think our people are
theater
slow?
of war.
So let me ask
So that
this.
theater of
3
war.
years to learn how to use weapons. Seriously,
Let me ask this.
Bro,
I'm trying to get
we're talking about transfer of technology, and when you're talking
Hey,
about
let me
transfer of
let me
it
ask
takes
this.
far more than that
Do
because
you-
you're also going to have to look at reverse engineering as well. So
but that's
Let
not
me
what they are
ask you this.
doing. They are just
Do you
coming
feel
to teach them.
even
hold on,
technical
let me ask
aspect,
you this.
because guess what, to Niger, if those weapons fall into the hands, because now that weapons that weapons patent and everything is specific to a specific country. If it falls into the hand of the opposition, right, and those opposition are backed, say, by Western countries, those Western countries gain access to that weapon. They can reverse it, dismantle it, and know what it's made out of. So when it comes to military,
The
it's
Western
not.
country already have access to the weapons. Are you telling
No,
me
no,
the Western
no.
country don't
When
have
it
access
comes
to
to
Russian
military,
weapons?
it takes longer. When it comes to training and deployment, it's something I'm aware about.
See, what I believe is that we should not entertain people in our countries. Most countries don't do that. We keep saying these things. North Korea didn't do that.
With that.
Russia, Iran didn't do that. Why do we always think that other people have to come to the continent all the time?
To Niger, I agree with your entire submission. Sovereignty of African countries, sovereignty of the African continent.
We have to be zero tolerant to these things. Nobody should be bringing people inside the continent.
To Niger, listen now. However, once you come and look at the situation, the context of all these countries, there's a difference. One, we don't have the industries, right? That is the first thing. The second thing is when Russia was trying to build our steel plants, especially this comes to Nigeria, Ajakuta Steel. Remember, we had a conversation about this like years ago. We were supposed to finish that off, but what did we do? We allowed the West to bamboozle us into, you don't need a steel plant. If you need steel, import from America and Europe. And then we shut down the Ajakuta steel plant. And you remember that this was military era and things like that. So there was all this geopolitics happening, governments trying to
Our people were not stupid. They knew exactly what they were doing, and because they have been compromised,
can
they
I just
shut down
land
their own
first,
steel
Niger?
plants.
Legitimize themselves. So now we don't have a steel industrial complex that can manufacture the weapons that we need. So once you're talking about Iran, India, Pakistan, North Korea, South Korea, all these places, right? It's one thing they have going on for them that the entire African continent does not have going on for itself.
But that's the point I'm making. All the countries that you just mentioned.
Tunaja, hang on, everyone. Afriscope. Wait, hang on, everyone, please. Afriscope, give your introduction first before Yaid and Tunaja go on. Pan-Gunnerism. You can go ahead. You have.
There's so much pans going on on this internet YouTube straight. I've heard one word, pan bantuism. I don't know where that came from.
Hello, can you hear me?
Go ahead, Afriscope.
Okay. Yeah, the issue with the ongoing civil unrest. It's basically a political instability in Burkina Faso. It's just last time somebody wanted me to talk about that on my show, but I just don't want to talk about it because it's a big headache, just even before all of this, you kind of see that there are already some kind of gunmen, like let me just say, first of all, they had these traditional communities where people were allowed to basically act like policemen and basically arrest people, and their form of delivering how do I call it, security in their in their various local communities was brutal, even against their own people. And then you see that they claim they are also fighting the Islamic State. Then obviously all of that just creates a West state, to be specific, right? It just make the whole the defense system or the security system in the country worse, because people's rights are being abused, and for the purpose of the self-defense and all of security, and now we having a military coup d'etat. They don't even want to say it's the coup d'etat, because I don't know, guys, am I saying it wrong? Because they don't want to the military don't want to even admit that it's a coup d'etat based on the international news that I watched.
So maybe they are beginning to understand that it's not a good idea to come out and just say you have had a coup. Maybe they are trying to do this kind of stuff I'm talking about, where they take over power and have the government do what they need the government to do. Maybe that is the way to go in all these things, because then you have a level of stability, handover of power. Our people will do the rest. What I have a problem with is people just coming over, taking over countries, and the destiny of those countries.
Yeah, if only we will be
Whose
in their
phone
brain,
is that?
like if only we will know what is in their mind. I mean, that would be
Yeah,
understandable.
that's what I said earlier on. I think in 2022, everything will start unraveling itself within this year, because I think with the leaders, they are more focused on economic trade and integration. So all these little flash in the pan that is happening in West Africa, Mozambique, and Ethiopia, I think it's just perhaps because at the end of the day, let's be honest, the African Continental Free Trade Agreement area. Remember when they announced it? The Western world was saying no, they shouldn't do that. They were all against it, and then all of a sudden, the Western world, there was like a clause in the African Continental Free Trade Agreement area that stopped Nigeria from, and Nigeria declined to sign for a while because the Manufacturing Association of Nigeria went against it. And I think they rectified it and removed that clause. And remember, at the time, there was not a lot of all of this. There was the insurgency, Islamic insurgency was from Libya. As soon as NATO bombed Libya, it embodied the Islamic insurgency on the continent. So that one is one phase. But then there's this second phase of after the Continental Free Trade Agreement area was signed and everybody was about to launch, that this second wave started happening. Don't forget, ECOWAS was supposed to get its single currency that was sabotaged directly by France. And since then, Cote d'Ivoire, Mali, Guinea-Bissau, all these
Not Guinea-Bissau.
chips started falling on France, and France is losing its grip. But we don't know to what extent, because right now the French in Mali, at least, the French led EU coalition that has all these Lithuania and predominantly East European countries that are in that coalition. They are now being sent out of Mali by the new junta that did the coup d'etat. So
they're not succeeding. They're actually refusing to leave. They are refusing to leave the country. That it's like a challenge.
I just read today, that the Mali authorities told the Dutch to leave, that they are not invited, and they had just landed. I think they landed with 600 or 900.
Let me pose a question to Naija. To Naija, I'm all up for stability and African countries collaborating, but these leaders that have signed these deals to invite the French in as well, if these coups hadn't happened and these leaders have stayed, don't you think they could have at least extended the stay with the French? Hold up, Edward. Hold up. Don't you think they could have created a new deal after the end of Bakan and the end of Takuba, and created a new deal to extend the instability and at the same time contribute to the disarray and disorganization of the ECOWAS region? And the ECOWAS will never make any headways whatsoever in terms of collaborating over the eco currency. If it had continued, I don't know, in what circumstances do you think ECOWAS could have made any advancement or any stability in that region?
I think you have to observe.
Before you go, can I just add something to that as well?
Can I answer the question?
Yeah, before you
go,
can I just
talking
add
a moment
something?
ago?
Because
let me answer the question. You have your chance.
In a minute, because I remember we spoke about.
Is this Edward? Is this Edward?
Yes.
Oh my God! You need to stop.
Remember we spoke about this at the time about the eco currency.
Let me finish my point. Let me finish the point I was making on this one. See, the reason why I think you allow the democratic institutions to carry on, it's not because we think that they are not going to do all these silly things that they are doing, but the trend is shifting in the direction of them becoming more and more independent and more robust. The South African president, there was a time when he was like some kind of lackey of the West. He does everything they want. But from the beginning of the pandemic to the end of the pandemic, you can see that African leaders started showing some backbone. They started talking about creating their own vaccine. You look at what they did with the red listing with the African countries. They protested against it and the stuff was reversed. So all those things were happening using democratic regimes. And when you see democratic regimes start exerting their power, you'll be surprised how strong it is. And when you have these regimes, I get your point. If you want to, I've always said, if you want to change what your leaders are doing, like the way they keep inviting the French in, you go and tell them, stop inviting the French in. I'm not going to be your soldier. If you try that nonsense, I'll remove you and put some other person that is going to do the same thing that we are asking them to do. And the people would support them, because the people will be like, why are you bringing French soldiers in? Because you are compromised. Remove them, put another civilian in office. That is how military behaves. All the top countries in the world, they understand the military's role is to ensure the security and integrity of the nation, not by compromising it by taking over the country, because that is not their job. They can't administer a nation.
So it's going to, you prefer a long, arduous, messy process through democracy rather than an abrupt interruption of the thing
about democracy is that democracy is that it has a way of being catalyzed. Events can be catalyzed. They look like they are dormant. If America is at war now, you'll be surprised how quickly they turn draconian. And if like when the Western countries we're not allowing Africa to make their own vaccine, you saw how the African leaders reacted. They started reacting. Now they are beginning to manufacture their own vaccines, because they were like, enough is enough. Because they triggered them to do
manufacturing vaccines for a disease that does not affect them in any statistical ratio. Why don't they manufacture Ebola vaccines or malaria vaccines in significant
That's what I'm
numbers?
saying. They are manufacturing all vaccines now. And you know the kind of power that has on the continent. Because now because the African continent has the most genetic diversity in the world. Can you imagine if they too become experts at manufacturing vaccine and biomedical products? They will have far more credibility.
That's a process. Yeah, I think at the end of the day, right? If we Africans are ready as individuals for a change, this change is going to come. You know, I think if we like ready and say,
doesn't matter whether it's democratic process or military coup d'etat, the change will come.
If we are ready, it's going to come, because most of the times, if you see, like, I'm going to talk about, let me take, for example, French West Africa. I think that's where I have a lot of knowledge about. There's this process of assimilation that they made these people. You believe it or not, these people really feel they're French people. They will say things like, oh, moi, je suis français, j'ai le Bordeaux français, moi, je vis en Paris. No, they're proud to be French people. Most of these leaders, these West African leaders, they are proud to be French people. And most of them are not here to compromise the interests of France in this country.
Right.
And we need to break those chains.
And how do you do that?
That's why I say we need to be ready. We, like the Africans, the normal one, we need to be ready. Because if we are not ready, it's just going to be the same.
No. How do you do that? How do you break the chains?
No, you can't, Darth, because even in East Africa, countries like Mayotte in Comoros Islands, they believe they're truly French. I have friends who are from Mayotte Island. They speak Swahili, and when they went to France, they truly believed that they were French people. That's when they were obviously encountered with racism. So the issue is the French had this idea of assimilation. You are actually a Frenchman.
They
exported their culture.
You can't say we can't. There must be a way. You can't say you can't. You know,
I'm not saying we can't. I just want you to outline maybe 2 different ways we can go about doing it. What are you thinking when you say we can? They can shake off the chains as well.
To me, I'm gonna say I think we need some kind of radicalization.
You're ending up. Okay, go on.
Yeah, we need some kind of radicalization. Like, to me, we just need to make French people in Africa feel very uncomfortable. Do you know what I mean?
You mean radicalize the people themselves?
Yes.
Radicalize the people to turn against France.
I'm trying to figure out what the problem is. I remember 2 Niger, we spoke about this the time France sabotaged the ECO, the West African single currency, just before its launch, the December before. Macron came and gathered all the Francophone countries to sign a new currency and drummed the safer and called it ECO. Can you remember we had this conversation?
Yeah, I remember we have this conversation.
Some of those leaders are the leaders that they have kicked out right now.
That's what I'm.
I agree with you. That is true that they've kicked out some of these leaders, but some of these same leaders. Let me finish the point. Some of these same leaders were like the Senegalese one. Is he not the one now that is manufacturing vaccines for their people? So some of these leaders are also exerting their own power too, because when you see what the African leaders did last December,
to Niger, wait, exerting what power? At what cost? You had a chance to have a single West African currency that will be on the continent. You did not choose that. Instead, you want your currency to be kept in the French central bank. At what cost are you talking about? What are they exerting? What power are they exerting?
The way these countries behave is that, one, they also have issues with just, they feel like if they do what the West Africans want,
I think to Niger,
let me finish my point. You have to understand there are 2 spheres in the world. There is the Anglophone and the Francophone. They're generally
anymore.
Let me finish my point. See, you might like to think that it's the other way around, but if you look at the Anglophone one, they are very, very fine-tuned and they are similar. Like the Americans, the English, and the Australians, New Zealand, they work together by and large. And the way the Anglophone controls the world is through finance. This is why they have about 50 trillion in tax havens that are controlled by and large this in the British establishment. But
In
the
Caribbean
French do it differently. So when you see these people competing, it's not because one is better than the other, and that's why when those leaders do what they do, they are saying that I choose this side over the other side. It's not necessarily about us that are on the continent, and that's why we need to change this in the narrative and saying we, our people, need to empower ourselves. These people are competing among themselves. Even in Europe, there's a reason why the UK pulled out of the European Union.
Okay,
Because they felt that the rules of the European Union favors the French.
To Niger, wait
civilization.
one second, to Niger. You do realize that it was the CFA was tagged to the French franc, right? And because France has now joined the euro, the actual tagging now with this echo that they signed with France is tagged to the euro. You do
But
realize
I
that, right?
think that's not going to be the same as if they build that to your central bank in Senegal as they're trying to
Do you
do.
understand? Like they remove this. The French franc does not exist anymore because France is now using the euro. So now this new echo is now tagged to the euro. So like I think what we need to look at the broader picture is the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, which has several different countries. I think about this whole Anglophone and Francophone thing. It's going to the world has now removed itself from that situation. It's more like the EU versus Anglophone countries.
I kind of. Yeah, I think
Yeah,
I
yeah,
can
yeah.
accept that.
It's the EU versus Anglophone countries, and then Russia and China. India somewhere in the distance, right? But it is predominantly these four regional issues: EU, Anglophone speaking countries, Russia, China, India somewhere in the distance, right? So now we have four major superpowers right now that are all playing their cards. Now, in these four superpowers, one is an institution, but it's predominantly NATO led, right? One thing we know is two of them have had huge devastation on the continent, colonized slavery and colonization. And two others have not had that same stigma. The two that have NATO countries, practically EU, and which is EU led, right? And England, Britain, the UK, right? Then the second two that haven't had any kind of issues with it. And obviously, when I say NATO, that includes America as well. Now, the second group is that of Russia and China. So guess what happens? Now is now an issue of East and West. It's back to the Cold War era. Now,
Yeah, but brother,
Russia and China, they have not had a massive dent in their relations and history with the African continent. Yes, you
I
can.
don't think they're committed to us, though.
no,
I don't
no,
think they're
oh
committed.
yeah, no, let the brother. So, unfortunately,
Yes, so
here's the
you can
issue.
see
I work
in
with the
the
Chinese.
21st century for China to actually develop fast as it was supposed to develop fast, it wanted to develop its military, it wanted to do all of that with these shark loans and bringing their people to get employment because of their population. You can see they became exploitative. But Russia, on the other hand, Russia has had a very good relations with the continent, predominantly when it came to if they wanted anything that will help them become sovereign. Russia is the only country that has been very keen about the sovereignty of the African continent. Every country they go to, they're always trying to, we will help you build your industry, your extraction industry, we'll help you build your steel plants, we'll help you do this, we'll transfer the entire technology to you. And you can see from their track record what they have done in Egypt, what they have done in India, and even the China today that is having trade wars with the United States of America, what they did in China and are still doing in China. And you can even see North Korea, what by VI proxy through China they have done with North Korea. because they also have a border with North Korea. Don't forget, North Korea's borders is with China and Russia. You can actually see.
I think your analysis of Russia is a little bit flawed. Let me give you why. The reasons why. Russians may not have had a terrible history with Africans. There are regimes in Africa that were embracing their way of doing things and that were quite bloody on the continent. That said, Russians have also proven to be quite bloody when it comes to internationalism. There's about a conflict that is about to happen now in Eastern Europe. They have an imperialistic mentality. Make no mistake about it too. The only reason why, let me finish my point. Let me finish my point. You've had your time. Let me finish my point. I'm just trying to give you reasons. I'm just trying to give you the reasons why.
Let's focus on the continent.
Let me finish.
Land your Nigerian plane.
He wouldn't let me finish.
Yeah.
So the point is,
land your Nigerian plane.
The Russians have a history of looking to colonize and expand. The reason why they were not able to, they were caught out by the sea. That's why the other countries were able to do it, but they were not so successful at doing it. Secondly, the only group among all of them I just mentioned that really doesn't have a history of colonization or going overseas is Chinese. They are the only ones that really don't have a lot of interest in going outside their territories. They don't care about anybody. They just care about themselves most of the time. So the other group, the Chinese, maybe they will do the same thing, but they don't have a history of it.
I work with Chinese people. I work with this guy. His name is Richard. He has a a factory for manufacturing radiators for their cars in Kenya. Now, do you know what happened is we met this white guy, a Kakuna. Do you know what he told them? Through the experience of that day that I had with him, the Kakuna convinced him that Africans are stupid people. And guess what? The Chinese guy completely agreed to his claims. I was working with him in the beginning, but now I stopped working with him. But the fact is, the Chinese themselves get corrupted with Kakunas when Kakunas tell them how the Africans are.
Yeah, and Indians as well are like that.
But before you
but are they not right to think that?
I think this idea. Just please let me say something.
Why do we blame them if they think that way when we act that way?
True Niger. Listen, right? If you are going to talk about East Europe, right? You have to put into context when NATO was formed, when the Berlin Wall fell, when the USSR collapsed. What was the agreement? Oh, NATO won't move 1 inch east, right? That was the agreement. Right now, when you're looking at that situationship with Ukraine, it's practically now talking about Ukraine, a border country with Russia, a superpower, joining NATO and actually becoming an EU member. What that means is NATO now will be at the exact door front of Russia. So you cannot even put that in a context of this conversation. I think once we're talking about the African
Russia
continent,
is demanding territories outside its country. Russia is demanding territories outside its country. Like he's saying, don't go near Ukraine, don't go near this. I'm just saying that they are not the same as you are.
Would you prefer that, or would you prefer the concept that is happening to Nigeria, that there are all these NATO military bases all around Nigeria? Which one would you prefer?
I don't think there's anyone better. I don't think there's anyone better. To me, all of them are the same.
Let me just finish this point, please. He just talked about from the point of view of the Russians, they don't want people to be at their border. But at the same time, the Russians also want to control other territories without giving those people a say. And if you think that will not affect Africa too,
but tonight, which territories?
Eastern European countries. America to move into the Eastern European countries. Look at what happened.
Okay, so actually, wait, hang on. Georgia. The Russians did actually interfere with Ethiopia and also Tanzania. When during the whole capitalistic warfare, they actually supported the Derg regime in Ethiopia, and they also supported Tanzania before Tanzania realized they were better off doing capitalist socialism instead of more of the Russian way. Go ahead.
Russians are just almost as interventionist as any other group. It's just that they don't have a lot of opportunity because they are basically landlocked, and their population has reduced a lot because of the Second World War. And if you think Russians are any better, go to their country and you see how they treat these black people. So We can't make the mistake of thinking that these people are the way they are not. And when they
Wait,
think we
so
are stupid, why are we surprised that they think we
I
are
think
stupid?
you are getting something wrong with my statement. I believe in the sovereignty of African countries, but once we're looking at military hardware technological transfer, Russia has a very rich history of doing military technology transfer to other countries. The
Like
West
which
has
country?
zero. When
What?
Nigeria, let me give you this story. I don't know if you know it. When Nigeria wanted to build Ajakuta steel, where did we first go to? We went to Western countries, European countries, America, help us build our steel industrial complex so that we can start our industrialization and manufacturing. What did they tell us? All of them, nope. We're sorry, we can't help you with that. As soon as we went to Russia, Russia was like, fine, we will do that with you. We'll do that for you. And
Yeah,
we'll
but
make sure you transfer.
yeah,
Listen
Edward,
to
let me ask you a question before you
Polymath,
finish.
listen to this, right?
Did they
They,
follow it through?
they started the same steel plant with Egypt. Egypt right now has 2 or 3 steel plants
Right.
that are active. Nigeria, on the other hand, Western countries kept
Yeah.
on
But the
diplomatically.
reason why is Egypt has power. They have the Suez Canal.
Listen,
Can allow
at the time in the
yeah, finish.
80s, they didn't really have as much as it was practically the same old. It was 80s in the 70s and 80s, right? So
Okay.
now, at that time, the Western countries pressured Nigeria to stop the building of Ajakuta to the point that all was left. Nigeria had built 90% of the steel plant. All was left was for Nigeria to
Can I
just switch on the furnace, and then they
let me ask
sabotaged it.
let me ask you a
And
question,
then they
Edward, then.
stopped. Up to today, Polymath, I'm speaking to Tunanja. Up to today, guess what happens? They sell the company. Oh, they are going to revamp Ajakuta Steel. They'll sell it to an American company. They'll get a British company. They'll get an EU company, a
Yeah.
Ukrainian company. They would never give it back to the Russians to come and finish what they have done, right?
But
And
Edward,
up to today, guess what, right? It's still moribund.
so let me ask you a question, Edward.
The Russians are coming
Wait,
into the
Naja,
country.
hang on,
Not
one
actually
second, just one
expected to
second.
this year.
Edward, let me ask you a question. So I, for example, in my PhD, I deal with nanotechnology and also steel. So I know how steel works. I've used scanning electron microscopy, all that stuff. Why can't these African countries simply go and hire? Sorry, pardon my COVID. Why can't they simply hire Africans in the diaspora to come back and then share their technology and build these systems? I know how to build a structural steels company. I have the skills. I used to
You
work
see
in.
what I mean? You see
Yeah.
what
So
I
why
mean?
can't African countries go and just simply employ
No,
I think it's just mentality.
Tunaja,
It's
can
just
I
mentality.
finish?
See, let me
Tunaja, can I answer the question?
make a point to
No,
Edward.
Tunaja, let me answer this
When the
question first now.
West built their first nuclear
Can I
weapon,
can I answer
can I
this
just make
question?
my point? Hold on. When the West built their first nuclear weapon, the technology they had access to, we in Africa have more advanced technology, access to more advanced technology today. When they first built their nuclear weapons, so it tells you that our mindset is the issue. How is it that we have access to more advanced technologies today than the West did before when they first built their nuclear weapons, and we keep acting as if we need them all the time?
Yeah, there's
Okay,
Florence who
now
can
can
do
I
this stuff.
answer your question,
Yeah, go ahead. Go
Polymath,
ahead.
right? Can I answer your question, Polymath? In 1970, did you have this skill?
No, I have the skill now, but why
Okay,
can't
so
people
now wait,
do that?
listen to this, right?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
You just recently acquired this skill, right?
Yes.
And with things like this, if you look at actually the agreements, right, it was about building steel plants and then after they have transferred the technology of the steel plants and the countries understood how to control their steel plants, right? They would then evolve to nuclear power. A lot of
Wow.
those steel plant agreements was also to give them transfer of technology of nuclear power in the 70s and 80s. Do you understand? So sabotaging the steel plant was paramount to Western countries because as soon as the as soon as Nigeria gets the steel plant, that means that they have gotten the transfer of technology process ongoing, and then it will now lead to nuclear power. This is what Russia did for India. That's why India has nuclear power today. This is what Russia also did for China, and that's why China has nuclear power today. So there
See,
is
we
a
don't need
process that
the
was
Indians. We
taken,
don't
right?
need anybody to build a
To
steel
Niger,
plant. It's just
you can't say
mentality
that
that's
now.
the problem.
Okay, to Niger, do you know what I want to ask you, to Niger,
Let
right
Edward
now?
finish.
How many
Anybody can
nuclear
pick up a
scientists
textbook
do
and
you know that
tell you
are
how to
African?
make steel.
How
What?
many nuclear scientists do you know that are African? That you can say at the top of your head right now.
I don't know anyone, but that doesn't mean they don't exist.
Do you understand where I'm not saying they don't exist now? And guess what? Majority of them have not even had experience. Right now we have polymath
What?
right here. Listen, wait, to Niger, wait. Right now we have
The first ones
polymath.
didn't have experience. What are you
To
going on
Niger,
about?
Wait,
can
hang
you
on,
wait
Tanaja,
a
let him
second?
finish. Let him finish.
Wait a
Go
second.
ahead.
Right now we have polymath here with us right now. Polymath, have you experienced working in a steel plant on the African continent?
No, in Africa, but in the
Yes
UK.
or no? No, it's just a yes or no. On the African continent, yes or no?
Not in Africa, no.
Okay, thank you. Where did you have experience working in a steel plant, if you don't mind me?
That was in Wales, where I was working for Tata Steel, the
Okay,
big
so
steel company in Europe.
Tata Steel. Tata
Yes.
Steel is
Don't like
not
that company.
Indian. Is now
Yes, it's
Tata
Indian
Steel
company.
is Indian. That same steel plant in India was actually built by Russians.
Oh wow,
Oh
interesting.
my God.
Okay.
So
Are
because the
you
Russians came from
understanding
heaven
where I'm coming from?
and figured out how to manufate steel. Do you even know
To
what we are
Niger, do
talking
you know
about
what?
here?
To Niger, do you know what I can do for you? I actually wrote what's it called? Because of this Ajekuta steel in Nigeria, right? There was a lady, her name is Barrister Natasha Okpoti, that was doing revamp Ajekuta. And when they met with the Senate was talking about that the Russian technology is old, they should sell it to the Chinese. Don't forget, Kogi State Governor, him and one Chinese company, they now created a company and they went to sell it to the Chinese with the former Minister of Mining, who is currently the Ekiti State Governor, right? And there was a whole uproar about that. So I had to write a report. I can send you part of that report that shows how Russia transferred technology to China, transferred technology to India, how Russia built their military capacities as well, how even China even did a copycat of Russian fighter jets and went to a fighter jet show and was trying to sell it, and then it caused an uproar between Russia and China, and then this current Prime Minister of China and Vladimir Putin settled that issue as well.
But that
Like,
has nothing
it
to
is
do
all
with the
in a
ability to
report.
manufacture
I can
steel.
email it to you right now if you wish.
That has nothing to do with the ability to
Do
manufacture
you know why?
steel.
Do you know why I am telling you this right now, right? Because you have to build the capacity, and it starts with your steel plant. And that report shows that from the steel plant, they went to nuclear weapons, and they started going to advanced
You are making the same
weaponry.
mistake many of our leaders have been making forever. We keep thinking that our people don't have heads. We keep thinking our people don't have heads. What is wrong with our people? You keep saying we need this, you need this. We have so many experts all over the world.
Okay, but Tunaja, do we have the systems to bring back the diasporans? For example, right now, I'm doing
That is what you
construction.
should
Do we even have the
Instead of
will?
saying you
Is the
need
will even
foreigners.
there?
Exactly.
Hang
We don't even have the will. We keep talking
Wait,
about
1 second.
foreigners coming to save
If
us.
you are going to
Nobody's
put
going
that
to save
system
you.
in place, you have to put people who have experience in that
Yeah.
system to put the
You have to be watching for people
Polymath
to
is
save
right
you.
here. Listen to Niger. Polymath is right here.
What is he
People
right
who have
about? You
experience
just
to
talked
put
about
the
doing this
structures,
thing,
then you bring your
nanotechnology.
people in.
Do you need
You cannot
nanotechnology to
expect
make
people
steel?
to come and do something they haven't done before.
Tunaja, 1 second, 1 second. So right now, Tunaja, I have experience in nanotechnology and steels company. I used to work for Tata Steel over in Wales, and I actually used to be in a managerial role. However, when I came back to Kenya, I could not get a role in this situation. So I guess the question here is, how are you going to make sure that the government actually incentivizes? Right now, I work in construction. I build houses. I don't work in nanotechnology or steels anymore. So, Tunaja, how do we make the government make it so that the diasporans who have the skills can actually contribute to the economy, because it's not easy. Like if I want to get a job, okay, my uncle is a mayor, that's true, but if I want to get a job in these areas, I need to know people. So how can we actually build this skills economy in Africa? Because like I said, if I'm allowed, my cousin, I have many friends and people who have the skills in steels technology, for example, and nuclear technology. How can we actually make it a reality? That's the question to Niger.
Yeah, I think I think the leaders are somewhat ahead of us, because I think Edward is not aware that Nigeria does have a steel company in Alaja that is actually functional right now.
Right now,
And
that one was
yes,
built. That was built between Niger
but
and
it's
Kaduna
functional right
State.
now. That's the
Yes,
point.
that is
But when you keep
recent.
saying that we need people all the
Listen,
time,
listen.
you
That
are
is
mistaking
recent.
the fact that you have 1 billion people yourself.
Wait. Listen to Niger. You see that steel plant that was built between Niger State and Kaduna State. Go and research how that steel plant was done.
I'm talking about Alaja Steel. Alaja Steel has nothing to do with Kaduna or any northern state. This is in the south. So that too is functional. So Nigeria has some industries that are actually functional. They manufacture things in Nigeria too, just like in South Africa, in Egypt, in Senegal. Some African countries are actually getting on with the manufacturing process because they understand
You
they
are
need to
talking
capitalize on
about
the
you are talking
Continental
about
Free Trade
Delta
Agreement.
Steel.
Yeah, the one in Alaja.
Delta Steel. Where do they get their iron ore from?
I don't know. Do you know
no
that the point
iron
is
ore
they are
in
manufacturing
Delta.
it there? But Nigeria has iron ore.
I know, but there's no iron ore in Delta. Oh my God.
You are asking questions as if, do you need Russians to bring iron ore for you too?
No, go ahead, because Delta Steel is not, it's like, how do I
Do you
put
know
it?
what we're
It's
arguing
like,
here? Do you know where our argument is? You are saying you need foreigners to help you. I'm saying you don't necessarily need them.
Wait one
For these
second,
simple things.
I want to give everybody here the context of his argument. Delta Steel is like an apartment, right? Apartment block compared to an entire estate, compared to Ajekuta Steel. Like that's how different. Like
The
when you look
volume
at
is the
Delta
difference.
Steel, right?
It doesn't mean that they are
And
manufacturing
Ajekuta
anything
Steel,
less.
Ajekuta and Delta Steel.
Then
Delta
you can
is
make
so
it bigger. What is wrong
small.
with this guy? You can make it bigger.
Do you understand that Ajekuta Steel practically was actually built? Why it is so large? It was actually built where there is predominantly iron ore.
Oh God!
Delta
You see,
Steel
this is
no
the
get
problem with our
road.
people. They don't know how to be self-reliant at all. This
What
is
do
the
you
problem
mean?
with our people.
I'm telling you right now, Ajekuta Steel, the reason why it's so
Keep
large
expecting
is
another
because of
woman's
the
husband to come and
access
save us.
to what is
To Niger,
Yeah.
to Niger, a simple statement like, how does a slave become independent and self-reliant?
When you
From the point of view of being enslaved, how do you become free and self-reliant?
You have to free your mind first. Clearly, some of our people haven't freed their mind. They don't when they actually have the tools. I'm evolving even in this direction. It just occurred to me more recently that when these people build the atomic weapon, the technology they had then, we have them now. We have more than that.
I understand that point, and you made that point very clear, and it's a very, very good point. And tonight, all your decrying that I fully understand. Don't think that I don't understand you. But the question I'm posing to you, if you, let's say, you're locked up, chained, you're chained, and no matter how much you free your mind, and also you have a security guard that's just pointing a gun, ready to shoot you. How do you free yourself from that situation? How do you free yourself from that?
That is a fair
I'm
question.
putting it in the context of Mali. If this abrupt thing didn't happen, the president would have continued extending the French and the European military state, and he would have just created new operations. And these French presidents would never have let ECOWAS work and they would function, because they would never have been free to Niger. You understand? I understand. I respect the democratic process, and I respect what you mean in it's just like, do you want to empower a body that's like really, really corrupt from within? I don't know, maybe hypothetically,
By
how
the way,
can a
to
slave
Niger,
be
the
free to Niger?
Alaja still is redundant at the moment, child. Just to let you know.
Hold on, Edward. So tonight, how was Mali going to free itself from having continuous extension of this chaos? How were they going to do it?
Thank you.
The way you do that is by basically taking over your institutions like they have done. Then instituting, because remember, it wasn't exactly counter what ECOWAS was willing to
And you don't have
accommodate.
military might.
Let me
Remember,
finish
you
the
don't have
point.
military
Let me
might.
finish the point.
You don't have
ECOWAS
weapons. You
was
don't manufacture anything.
ECOWAS had an
Hold
agreement
on,
with this
hold
leader.
on.
ECOWAS had an agreement with this leader to do something so that they bring the system within order. Then he reneged on it by 5 years. And that's what I find very suspicious about this guy. It appears their job is just to destabilize the region further. And look at what has happened after that, another coup again. So we have to be careful when we start giving people benefit of the doubt, because the African ECOWAS gave them the benefit of the doubt, and they reneged on it in a very, very disrespectful way to create instability. They turn the people against ECOWAS, and look at what that has led to another coup again. Who says that coup is going to be good for the
you said they could have taken over the institutions. Don't you think that would have still garnered the same response from ECOWAS and the West as well? Because they wouldn't have any legit. They're not the president. They won't have the legitimate power to do that, and it's nobody ordered them.
We've seen that happen 1,000 times. Look at in Egypt, the Egyptian president took over power.
So, Tunija, I have a question. I have a question for you, Tunija. Is that
Tunija? Before you go polymath, Tunija, when you do not manufacture military hardware, and right now you have one country that is opposed to your slave master, that is saying, hey, you know what, we'll give you the military hardware to chase away your slave master. Will you take that opportunity, yes or no? Or you'll be waiting to put your vote in a ballot box?
First, I will not call them slave masters.
Before you answer the question, Tunija, so for example, right now, according to international United Nations law, I don't care if it's law or policy, African countries do not really manufacture bullets. Forget the actual warfare items such as grenades, launchers, and AK-47 etc. We don't manufacture actually the bullets. So until we can actually have the availability to manufacture our own weapons, how can we actually be able to have control over our countries and economies and create this military supremacy that you talk about within each African country if there are no known agencies that can even basic weapons such as bullets?
I thought Kenya does manufacture this in ammunition. So
we do a little bit.
Manufacturing bullets, anybody can start manufacturing bullets
the issue is
in
not
their
enough.
basement.
Kenya has a few, but it's not enough. I
don't know why people keep expecting people to everything to be. Anybody can manufacture bullets in their basement. How bullet is not advanced technology. I don't understand how we keep saying all these things. Can't do this.
Tunija, be careful with the B word before the FBI comes after me.
I'm
just joking.
I didn't start it. He brought it up.
So Kenya does have a few. You're correct. But how do we get it traded across the African continent to a point whereby we have actual ability to basically protect ourselves?
You'll be surprised how fast things move once you change your mindset. You decide to start relying on yourself for once. We've never really relied on ourselves since 500 years ago. It's crazy how we keep still thinking that we need people when we have 1 billion people, and many of our people are overseas that have access that most of the other groups never did. We just have to put our resources together. And I feel that all these regimes and military disruptions, they are trying to disrupt the direction that the African continent is moving. The African continent is beginning to move as a continent. I just said they have a defense pact. I didn't even know that. African countries have a defense pact. They have a common free trade agreement. They are trying to get a common passport going. They have a common policy on this in the air, this in the navigation now that they are trying to implement. These people are trying to move in a robust way. And these regimes are there to disrupt the process. You can see it coming before the COVID-19. African continent, they have some of the fastest growing economies in the world. And these people now are just coming in to set us back.
You have a point there. The COVID-19 has really disseminated some of these countries. It's actually really sad, but we can talk about that next time. I want to thank Flex. Stop. You're saying you're Guinean and you are the least colonized francophone systematically, but you think that you should switch to English like Rwanda to escape. Yeah, Guinea Conakry. I don't hear too many bad things from Guinea Conakry.
Well,
How's
they're
it
not
going?
saying nothing about it, and I don't trust that person. I don't trust the one in Burkina Faso as well. But like Stunaje is saying, you can't pick and choose here as well. You
Yeah.
either have no coups at all and enforce the democratic process, or or you can just go all total coup, which will be more. I don't know. I
A
don't know.
total
I just
dictatorship or no
I just
coup?
think that yeah. I just think there's maybe is there a way we can be flexible, or is there a way for the Anglophone countries to take leadership and show an example to these Francophone countries and outdo them in a way,
No,
so that
because as you
perhaps they can realize it's go on.
Yeah, but the thing with the French, as you said earlier, rightly, is that the French had this philosophy of assimilation. Like I said, my friends, Yusra Mohammed, she's from Mayotte, from the Comoros Islands. She said when she got to France, she believed that she was French. Like the assimilation was so real that she actually believed that she was a French person. That's only when she obviously encountered racism. Finally, she came to the UK and said things were better. But the point is, the French colonialists had this very strong idea that kind of decimated the people's mindset. They actually believe they're French. And that's a strong concept to overcome.
To be fair, the Anglophone, they also have an element of that mindset. If you look at our
Ghana
leaders,
particularly.
they try to embrace the West more than they even embrace their own people. They always think that they are, linked to Americans. They are our allies and all
Akufo-Addo
kinds
really
of stuff.
exemplifies that as well. Akufo-Addo
We
really,
do
really
also
loves
some
that.
of all these things. The whole
To
country.
Niger, can I say something, right? If China and India, right, went through the process I am talking to you about, they got their industrial steel manufacturing going up from Russia, and from there got their nuclear weapons that they are manufacturing in their country. How is it now that you want to believe that for a huge continent like the African continent with no structures on the ground, we have here with us Polymath, who is a nano and steel nano and is it steel manufacturing scientist, right? And he has his PhD. He's not doing that in Kenya. He is instead going to do construction work and doing what an industrial engineer is supposed to be doing. He's not there trying to create the new graphite type of element. He's not there trying to create a new type of steel for bulletproof. He's not there trying to create a new kind of bulletproof
And you add,
glasses. He's
you
not
know
there.
what's so sad? I actually have a paper on advanced materials. This is the top
Bro, let me land
Whoa,
Polymath, man. It's me, yo. I'm back in this game now. You guys wanted to do this? We can do this all year if you want to. Now, we don't have a structure on the ground for that. We actually have a scientist here with us with his doctorate degree. It's not functioning. And for some reason, you think that, Russia coming and being able to say, hey, we don't really have a colonial or a slavery past with you guys. We can help you with military hardware because you need it right now. However, we have a history of technology transfer and even military hardware transfer to countries, which the Western countries have zero history of technology transfer to other countries that are not
Okay.
Western.
All right.
Wow.
So wait. Before anybody goes, it's getting to 4 hours. We have to start closing out. So we can start with Afriscope TV and then go all the way up with the closing
Okay,
statement.
I'm just gonna finish my head. So now, why is it that you think that we, for some reason, will do it differently? And for us actually saying, hey, because you have a history of military and technological transfer with other countries that are not Russian, some are, China, India, North Korea. Well, we would like to partner with you so you can do technology transfer. Do you think that demeans us as human beings, as Black people, as Africans, just because we want to partner with people that already have a history of experience in what we want to acquire?
You see, I don't have any
Wait,
issue
wait,
with what
wait,
you are.
wait, wait, wait.
And with
After
that,
school?
then, that was my final
Oh,
remark,
okay.
ladies and gentlemen. I'm gonna have to love you all and leave you, but I'll be listening to the
He's gonna
response.
be back. I trust he's gonna be back.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, Afriscope
So
TV, did you have any final thought?
By the way,
Afriscope TV?
happy 2022 to everyone, African Millennium.
Yeah.
Happy 2022.
I'm having a show right after African Millennials, so let's close up the show. And we can
Well,
continue.
anyways, I've made my points, and happy 2022 to everyone. And
Happy 2022 to you too.
cheers.
2022. I'm getting older. Anyway,
I have somebody that is interested in doing one of those type of projects that you are talking about, Edward, in terms of linking different groups together globally. So maybe later on when you come on panels again, we'll talk about that.
okay, so I guess Afriscope TV is not
Sorry,
there.
Tunaja, you said, pardon, I didn't get that.
There was someone that was doing something relating to what you were talking about. You know how to, people to pool their resources globally. There are people pulling resources globally. There is another group that is putting something together using some kind of mobile app and websites to have a way of raising funds to do things on the continent and just within the community anyway. So I know you're interested in things like that, so I thought I should mention it to you.
Okay, that's brilliant. Definitely, you have my email anyways.
Okay, you guys can continue that conversation in the private chat. My thing's about to die. So Afriscope TV, I guess he's not there, so I'm gonna remove him. Guardian, do you have a closing statement?
Yes. So I have a statement, especially on the conversation we've been having. So my opinions on African countries doing business partnerships or relationships with Russia or China, other countries. I don't think it's a problem if it's a square deal. You do this, I get these weapons. It's not a problem. We don't have to be friends. We don't have to be tight partners. We know that we're not friends. But when I go to a store and I buy some goods, if I buy some water or something, a meal from a store, I'm not a friend with the store owner. He's just providing me something and I'm providing him something. As long as it's not a situation where I'm being ripped off, it's not a situation where this person is targeting me or something, that's not a problem. So that's where it comes on the African countries to take the responsibility to make sure that they're not taken advantage of in these deals. But if you have a country like Russia, for example, and they want to sell you, or they're giving you these weapons, and they're going to train you you're getting something that you don't have at the moment, something that's going to really advance your ability to, produce your own weapons. I mean, we can do things on our own too, but if the opportunity is there, I don't think you should be afraid to take the opportunity. Just make sure that you're on point when you're taking the opportunity. Sometimes opportunity is a good opportunity. Move on it and do what you got to do. And I think that's what Mali probably did to try to get France out or whatever. But I don't know the detail. I don't know the big details behind these things. None of us really knows who's behind these forces taking these, overthrowing these governments. But in that point of perspective, I say, if it's an opportunity, it's nothing wrong with taking advantage of the opportunity. Just make sure that you're on point with taking the opportunity. And we've seen that in, like the previous guy was saying, we've seen it where it did. India has been able to come up over it. They didn't make nuclear weapons by themselves. They were allowed to. They took that opportunity from Russia, and they were able to make themselves a nuclear power. China, all of these nations, they didn't just do it out of, oh, I'm Indian and they got an opportunity. They're no different than us. We're all humans. It's just that African nations made a different decision when the opportunity came to them. They decided to, you know what, we're gonna go with the West instead. We're not gonna take that risk with the Russians or whatever because they're, we trust the West more than the Russians for some reason. So I think that just go for the opportunity. Don't be afraid. Make sure that when you do such a thing, make sure that you cover all your bases and don't get used. So those are my thoughts on that.
Thank you. City of Truth, did you have a closing statement for the panel? Okay, I'm gonna become a dictator. Bye. But thanks for calling in. I appreciate it. Darth, did you have anything to add to the closing statement?
Yeah, I don't have much to add. It's just I'm kind of torn in between in between. To Niger, I understand what you're decrying as well. I fully understand it, and I understand the benefits of having a stable region as well for ECOWAS. I fully understand that, and what was I gonna say again? I can't remember. But with the situation with Mali, I'm just a bit torn. I'm judging the situation based on what I see, the evidence provided. The Russians have made gains in, they've actually achieved results in Central African Republic in stabilizing that region. So if the guy felt like they could do a better job advising them, then I can fully understand. But of course, I have to be aware of the fact that the French could also be employing the same tactic of bringing in regime change through coup d'etats, through popular coup d'etats themselves as well, because they could be sensing that the people are frustrated with the leader and just do a quick replacement. And then, so I can fully understand that. And why saying we either have to go through a arduous democratic process to refine it as time goes, or we, and at the same time we continue becoming enslaved. And is there even a possibility? All I see is there's an upheaval coming in that region of Africa, and possibly in the rest of Africa as well. There's upheaval, there's total war about to kick off in Africa, and everybody should be ready. And Dr. Polymath, that will be an opportunity for you to try and be an emperor in East Africa. That's the only way I see it.
Did you say total war?
A total war is the only way that Dr. Polymath could get any position of amassing enough people.
Are you telling me that there's gonna be casualties in this war?
I think the Europeans they are doing a lot. They are gaining a lot. They are using Mali for the resources, and at the same time they are training they're training their militaries as well. Because an idle army is not good. So they're using us as a training ground. And even when I look at it, they have not fully committed yet. It's like a training for the European army because they want to achieve their own European army as well. So they like using it. They have not fully committed. But as things pick up, the reason right now they're there is because they're staunched about not having the Russians there as well. So I fully understand your decries to Niger, but it's a tough one for me because that country was not going to be free, bro. Those leaders, man, they were not going to let the Malians have peace. I'm sorry.
Interesting. Yeah. So before
Yes,
Tunaja goes on, hang on, Tunaja. In terms of East Africa, I am going to be the supreme emperor of East Africa. Look, I have Ethiopian blood and majority Kenyan blood. I'm going to take over this place. I don't care. I'm going to take over this place.
And who's going to vote for you?
They're going to vote for me.
Yeah, who's going to vote for you?
The guy's not playing around, man. He wants to be an emperor.
No, I need to be an emperor. That's the issue because Naja,
I think you play too much Total War Rome, Dr. Kezo. You play too much of that.
No. Look, listen, my IQ is 143. I'm Pan-African. I know I don't sound like a Pan-African, but I am Pan-African. I'm gonna say it right here on African Millennials channels. I am Pan-African. I will take control of East African community, and I will make Ethiopia join. Somalia, okay, you know what? I don't care. They can join too. When Somalia and Ethiopia join, they're gonna have the resources, and I'm gonna rule them justly, and I'm gonna make sure that this region and Pan-Africanism is the key path to African survivalism.
Okay, sure. No problem.
Right.
Did you have a closing statement, by the way, for the panel?
No, I don't. But all I can say is, everybody. So I'm doing a live stream right now on my channel. So I'm gonna put it on the chat. So everybody, click on the link, and we can continue the discussion. Same discussion, and then it'll be very good to hear your input. And in fact, Niger, I would like to have you on. You and Darth, I would love to have you guys on their platform. So please come along. I put the chat on the live stream, and as well on their private chat. So just join after this platform because it's going to be a beautiful discussion and we can continue to build. And tonight you've realized I stopped trolling as much as I used to be. Is that right or wrong?
To be fair, in the last 2 or so sessions,
That's not true.
it's not that long. he did troll even on this one.
He trolled on Swahili,
even on this one
Swahili
too.
Nation.
No, but okay. I changed by the way that I troll. I troll less in the sense that I focus more on the Pan-Africanism. Is that not true to Niger?
Just a week ago, you were calling some part of
He got a lashing from Ezra last time tonight. He got a lashing from Ezra.
Yeah.
Tanaja, you remember that I came to Swahili Nation. Was I not doing the right thing? I said the right things. I spoke to the people the right way. Am I right or wrong?
You know what? I think when you say those things, I think you are saying them in tongue in cheek. I don't think you really mean them.
Okay, true. I don't mean them. But the point is, I said the right thing. And you know that means a lot. So I have changed. I'm actually becoming more Pan-Africanist. I am truly a Pan-Africanist. I believe that Pan-Africanism is the way forward.
No, I think he just refined. I think tonight, he just what he took from that is he refined his plan about how he's gonna garner support as well. So he's refined it and fine-tuned it. I don't think the troll is off.
He's just an ex Haile Selassie. He tried it with UK and Canada and US didn't work, so now he has to deal with the Africans. He's an ex Haile Selassie.
Yeah, the funny thing is,
Dr. Kizo, what's wrong with being a normal person? Dr. Kizo, what's wrong with being a normal person?
That Raven, my IQ is 143. That means 0.001% of the population.
Can we leave IQ out of this?
What that means is I need to help our. Wait, hang on. I need to help our people to be able to reach the next level. It's not just forget IQ. IQ is actually irrelevant. I bring it on because it's what people know.
Okay, Kazo, Dr. Kazo, some people are asking you for your link. Can you drop it because they're waiting for your show?
Yeah, so I've dropped it several times. I'm gonna drop it right now. Oh shoot, I put it on the developer mode. Okay, let me put it back to the normal normie mode. Okay, I'm gonna put it in the chat right now so everybody can see. Click on the link. We're gonna continue the conversation right now. But I believe that Tunaja, you should come on. Darth Raven, come on. And African Millennial, please listen in the background because I know you're busy. That's why you're closing the show. But everybody needs to understand this. Like I said earlier, I do have my PhD was in nanotechnology, solar and thermoelectric materials, as well as steels technology. I worked in steels for 9 months, so I know how steel works. The issue is, it's so difficult to get into the government premise, diasporans who come back and share the experience. If that was straightforward, I would have been here. I would have set up my own company with the government and actually started giving the secrets. Like I said, my research paper is coming out in the next 10 days. Advanced materials. Advanced materials is as good as nature, meaning 0.0001% of the research papers. That's one of my papers. My point is my PhD was very, very, very successful. 0.001%, right? So Kakunas don't have anything on me. So that means I'm trying to say is that if we are Pan-Africans for real, we need to support each other. So yeah, everybody, I put my link on the chat. Come join the discussion. We can have a really interesting chat after this African millennials chat.
What's the topic about?
No. Wait. You don't need to know the topic. You can go on his channel and he already said what the topic is about. We're just continuing the conversation from over here, I think, right?
Yep, it's exact conversation continued from here. Yes, 100%.
Oh, okay, all right. And Tunaja, did you have a closing statement for the?
Yeah, I thought I should add something regarding especially what Edward said. What he doesn't seem to understand is, I think the key word is power differential. The Indians, the Chinese, they were organized and quite powerful even before they acquired nuclear weapons. They had determination. You know, the Chinese lost how many millions in the process of trying to, change the shape of their country. And so they were determined. They went in, and what the Russians did for them, whether the Russians did it for them or not, it doesn't even matter because they got what they needed. When you are determined, this is how Israel did it. When you are determined and focused that you want it for yourself, either they give it to you or you take it, or you build it yourself if you need to build it. So when it's like a lion inviting an antelope inviting a lion to come and help it fix its own this in the abode, whatever, the lion could just turn on you. That is what I mean by power differential. If you don't have power to make it difficult for that
entity that you're inviting to your country to turn on you, then you shouldn't bring them in because you're asking for trouble. And the West, whenever the West tries to manipulate the Indians or the Chinese, I always say that they are making a big mistake because the power differential is not that big. They can decide to just disregard your request from them. Why do you think the French are going to India and begging them, you know what, would you like a nuclear submarine, please? Because the Indians are determined. They are strong on their own. If you are not strong on your own, why would anybody ever respect you? Not to mention give you anything really. When we try to get this Ajekuta still this thing going, if we had our act together, we had our own defenses and everything right, and our people are determined, we would have that stuff by now. If North Korea can do it, why can't we do it? We just are not serious people. It's just that simple.
Yeah,
How
we
is it
not.
we have our countries the way it is, and we are worrying about foreigners? Fix your domestic this in affairs first, then you can worry about bringing foreigners in. That's all I've got to say on that. Thank you.
Thank you to Niger. Definitely appreciate it. And yeah, thanks everybody for being here. Dr. K Polymath is going to be going live right now. So if you guys want to continue the conversation, you can go over there. Very happy that this conversation was only 4 hours. That's actually very short for this channel. And I'm happy that we stayed on topic. I know some people try to do the whole this country or this region is superior versus this region, but that's really not the discussion today. And to be honest, I don't even know what some people get from saying one region is superior to another region. I mean, how is one region superior to one region, but we're all going through similar problems?
It's not even true. West Africa, when they say
Oh, sorry, my bad.
So, yeah, when they say West Africa is less this thing advanced, West Africa had ECOWAS more than 40 years ago when East Africa is still struggling to get their act together. East Africa has got a lot. I think different regions have their different advantages. And the example that Edward gave, that Egypt was a determined country. Egypt, they have military, they have the Suez Canal, these were determined. The Northern Africans are more determined.
Yeah.
We in the South, that's the difference. We just seem not to be taking ourselves seriously. If you don't take yourself seriously, why would anybody bother? Why wouldn't they call you stupid? I personally, it's really embarrassing, really. And that's why I'm embarrassed when I see all these military regimes coming in. It's embarrassing. We can't even figure that one out till now. Something we were doing 50 years ago, we are still repeating the same mistakes till today. It's ridiculous, and our people keep falling for it over and over again. But then again, they are just the tools. In reality, if the people that governed our countries in the 80s and in the 90s did their due diligence and secured our countries properly, it's such a shame, really, when you look at it. Almost every other country outside the continent knows what they are doing. In short, including the continent, North African countries know what they are doing. It's only us. If we can't figure that one out, then we deserve the title of being dunce, according to somebody in the chat. We deserve the title of being stupid. Because it's just as simple. We are. Thank you. And I enjoy having conversations here. You tend to allow us to have our flow and all the rest. You barely even interject, actually. So thanks for having me on.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for joining. Yeah, guys, thanks for this conversation. This conversation was great. I loved how it was focusing on West Africa and on ECOWAS. It was just refreshing to hear that, because some of these conversations, and I know I do it too. I do this country versus this country. I know I do it too. I'm not sitting here saying that I don't welcome that type of energy on these panels. I do. But sometimes it's like, let's just focus on one thing and let's just talk about, let's conceptualize our ideas and not always be about this country is better than this country. Because clearly, some of these countries are not where they need to be, And yeah, in the case of military coups, I can see why ECOWAS and why other regions, why the African Union has issues with military coups. But if we really ask ourselves, do you guys think that this military coup behavior is not going to happen? Like, do you guys think that there's anything that anyone can do or say that will stop the future emergence of military coups. I highly doubt it, but shout outs to everybody who is here. There was a lot of people who called in. I appreciate you guys. There's some people who called in a bit later, but I don't know if you guys noticed, but I wasn't actually here for some time. So if I wasn't here, I'm sorry if you called in and I wasn't here. Yeah, Dr. K. Pollen Math is live now. So if you guys want to continue the conversation, you can continue on his channel. And I'll see you guys soon with another topic. Once again, it has been a great live stream. Read up on Mali, read up on Burkina Faso, and yeah, One Africa, African Union, blah, blah, blah. Let's do it. I'm going to close out now. Have a wonderful day. Goodbye.